It's 2 o'clock and we're just about to start the fourth session of this examination regarding the sites for housing as set out on the agenda. My name's Jeff Salter. I've been appointed by the States to examine the plan, and Mr. Keith Holland on my right is the lead examiner, but I'll be taking, for the most part, this particular session about the east of the island. We've been charged to examine the plan and to make sure that it complies with the relevant legislation regarding being supported by appropriate evidence, being an appropriate strategy for sustainable development, being capable of delivery and contributing to the government's wider objectives. I say that because I know some of you have heard that before, but I think it's quite important. If you remember, that's what we're charged to do, and that's what our questions will be directed towards throughout the examination and in this session as well. We've read all of the documents and the representations. We've covered a lot of ground. We've actually been to all of the sites that are listed in Appendices 1, 2 and 3 in a couple of visits to the island. Particularly given the number of things we've got to talk about today, we cannot here sort of just repeat a representation. So please try and keep your responses brief and in response to our questions, and obviously to counter points that might be made by the other side. But we really need to do that. I'll explain the sort of procedure in a little while. We've got some new faces. I'm sorry some of you have heard all this before, but we do need to sort of, there's a health and safety issue. I don't think there's any alarms proposed. If there is a building alarm, we're to leave by that back door and meet on the lawn outside. Masks are voluntary. It's quite hard to sort of hear us with masks on, so we're not using them. Please turn mobile phones off. Thank you. It's important to note we've got microphones now. This session's being recorded and it's being live streamed. The microphones are primarily for that purpose, so I hope you can hear me. But you need to speak up because they're not. The sound isn't amplified around the room very well, so that's what the microphones are for. If you've not been introduced by either of us before you speak, please tell everybody who you are, and can you please let me see your name boards? I think you've all done that, so that I know who you are. We're looking at the individual sites today. We're not going to revisit the overall numbers about housing demand and supply that we discussed yesterday afternoon. I know that some of that's relevant to the cases that you've put, but what we're going to do is to look at the sites themselves, and in the first instance we're going to go through the Appendix 1 sites, the allocated sites for affordable housing. That means that some of you will have to sit and wait, because if you're not involved with those, some of you are, I know, but some of you aren't. We're going to deal with those first. Then I'm going to go through the Appendix 2 sites, which is what's been called the Plan B sites, where the state's response identified some other sites that we should look at to assess also whether they are suitable for affordable housing, once having assessed the Appendix 1 sites, the Part A sites. There's one members amendment site at I think that's St Martin's, I thought it was, on the list today. And then I'm going to go on to Appendix C sites. I hope we have time. We're dealing with St Clement tomorrow, so there shouldn't be anyone here who expects to speak about St Clement site at the moment. that's all I've got to say in opening, other than that what I'm looking at here is I've broadly going to try and assess these sites under some key headings, which I'll just run through with you. Some of these have been covered in your representation, some haven't. The first is sustainability of the site in terms of its sort of location. Is it well related to the urban area, proximity to services, public transport, usual sustainability considerations. Second one is landscape impact. These aren't necessarily in order of priority at all. There are a range of factors that we need to consider. Third is effect on agricultural land production, or the value of the site as agricultural land, if applicable. The fourth is highway safety access issues. The fifth is ecological value of the site, and a number of you have raised issues about education capacity. That really relates to all of them, and I think I might ask the states to address that fairly early on, but with regard to the relevant areas that we're talking about. So that's what we're about today, and I'm going to start on Appendix 1 at H, fields H1186, 1189, 1198, St Helier. We've had a lot of representations about the principle of developing these sites and the sprawl of St Helier going outwards, which a lot of you have objected to. As was the resident, the deputy, was that one of your concerns, Mr. Hagerett?
Yes, sir, that was.
Do you want to briefly outline what your concerns are?
Right.
Very briefly, please, and then I'll ask the states to respond to that point if you're representing the parish, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm District 3 and 4, which is the north of St Helier. Primarily, these three fields have raised a concern with me from the point of view of their strategic value to agriculture, and particularly the parts in relation to the dairies which are close by, and that's identified in the plan themselves as saying that it's of strategic value. So I was surprised that it was actually on the list in the first place. These three sites actually border with La Grande Route de Montalabé and Queen's Road. I have been a representative for this district for the last 3 years, and we've had significant problems with traffic issues on La Grande Route de Montalabé. And it's already a road that has some sort of calming measures on it. But I've had some dealings with the residents in particular on that area, obviously at peak times, as in school run, lunch times, etc. So that's one of the big concerns. The actual...
So I was going to come on to that later, but okay, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. From the point of view of moving northwards, there are very few green spaces. This piece of land borders directly with this, and there is very little green space within this vicinity. So obviously, from that aspect as well, and the residents, that's of real concern to them about the green space and the walking. But there's no good bus routes in this particular area, and in fact, it does actually highlight that about the. What it actually says, there's no clear, what I've said is there's no clear plan at all from infrastructure in relation to the traffic that will be obviously come with the 52/76 homes. It's already a poor service in relation to waiting facilities as well.
Yeah, but there is a bus service that along
the
route, isn't there?
There is a bus service, but the bus services that go north from St Helier aren't particularly good, because most of them will be going to Trinity and St John, and they're not particularly good bus services, I would suggest.
Okay, let's deal with that. What's the state's response on the sort of landscape impact? We've had the landscape impact study that was produced by Fiona Fife, wasn't it? Any comments on that first, and then we'll perhaps go on to the access and traffic, which is a concern about many of these sites.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, as you say, all of the sites have been assessed relative to the landscape sensitivity appraisal that was undertaken as part of the background work to the island plan. So where sites have been subject to that assessment, that's been included in our papers. In terms of this particular site, we looked at the northern fringe of St Helier as part of that assessment, and the potential release of these fields was scored as a medium to medium low in terms of its landscape sensitivity. So in terms of the impact of development on countryside character was considered to be of that order. And in terms of any development of the site, as with all of the sites that we propose to bring forward for rezoned affordable housing, we would produce development briefs which would set out some of the parameters for development, and we would expect to see appropriate landscape treatment around the boundaries of the site to strengthen that. In terms of the traffic issues...
No, hang on. All right, let's just stop there for a minute.
Okay,
I'll come back to that because there's something else I want to, which is, okay, I mean, I think we could talk for a long time about all this. I mean, you know, the landscape impact of all these things. I mean, I think with all of these sites and with Mr Holland's sites as well on the west, I think you're just going to have to trust us that we've read what you've said and that we've been out there and had a look at it, which we have, and we might even necessarily go back again. That there's some objectivity to it, and we've got this assessment which has been done, which I've also looked at for the sites. But really, they are what they are. Some of them have got different impacts. I actually do have different views about some of these sites, but I mean, obviously, it's not for me to tell you what they are here. But I don't really want to spend a long time on discussing the ins and outs of this. I mean, if anyone's got, this applies to all of them, if there are any particular viewpoints that you think have been missed by the landscape assessment or in the state's responses in terms of the particular impact of any particular site, and you want us to go back and have a look at something, just let us know, and we can do that. I'm just about to ask you, Mr. Le Galley, so that's the landscape impact in a nutshell. Well, I mean, I appreciate you can refer to it in other sites, I'm sure. This site in particular, there's an agricultural issue, I think, agricultural value issue. Is this one of your last resort sites?
Yes, it's one that's been classified by the Farmers Union as a last resort.
Oh yes, you're on your marketing board, aren't you? Sorry, yeah, well...
I'd like to explain that, if I may, sir...
Is the Farmers Union chap here? Yes, sorry, you are, hello.
Yeah, I'm quite happy for Mr. Le Galley because he is head of Jersey Dairy, and this is specifically important specifically for the dairy industry.
Yeah, okay. Can you... I was going to ask you about... There's an issue about the leasing, which I've picked up from the state's response. So one site is... There are two fields that are specifically leased for dairy farming, is that right? And one that isn't. Yeah, can you just briefly explain the significance of that for me? Is it like a covenant that they shouldn't be used for anything else, or?
In the island we have a law called the Agricultural Sales and Leases Law.
Can you please just put your microphone on?
Sorry,
oh yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Sorry. In the island we have a agricultural sales and leases law, which years ago gave farmers a certain amount of security of tenure when they rented land. Because of all the agricultural land in the island, sir, we rent a very high proportion, approximately 75%. So leasing is very commonplace. And with nowadays, the sales and leases law is not administered as stringently as it used to be, because there have been some various legal loopholes which have been discovered in it which haven't been corrected. The leasing of this field by the tenant farmer, Mr. Smith, he has rented these fields for well over 10 years, and the importance of these fields to him is that they are accessible for his organic herd of cows to actually graze there. a lot of land that we rent as dairy farmers is away from the farm, where we graze heifers and other animals. But for the milking herd, land close to a dairy building is of exceptional strategic value.
It's not, what about the grazing quality? Is that any different? It's just the proximity to the dairy unit itself, is it?
It's the proximity to the dairy unit which is so important here. The other point I'd like to make about this farm holding is that it is one of 2 farms in the island that supply Jersey Dairy with organic milk, which takes quite some time to get land in conversion to full organic status. And these fields have had an organic status for a long period of time. That's recorded, but for some reason it wasn't picked up as being of strategic importance. But it is very much so to the Jersey Dairy. Because, and this is the most important point, which is why we are so concerned about this, because this farm supplies 50% of the organic milk supply in the island, because the farmer is getting close to retirement age, but wants to carry on as long as he can, the effect of rezoning these fields for housing is going to have a direct effect on the capability of this farm to supply organic milk in the future. And if Jersey Dairy does not receive enough organic milk to supply the local population, there is a very real danger, even though there's legislation against it, that milk could be brought into the island. And that's something that government has been very clear about preventing, because this is the home of the breed. This is where our pedigree cows originally came from, and we are recognised, the Jersey cow is recognised as an iconic status in the island and of significant heritage value. And if milk was to come in, it would undercut the price of everything that we supply here.
Okay, how much, so these 2 fields are, I can't remember the exact size of them actually, but they're a reasonable size, but compared to how much of, what percentage of Mr. Smith's holding are these 3 fields?
Mr. Smith has fields away from his farm, but of the fields close to his farm, which he can graze cows on, it represents at least 25% of that area.
Okay. Do the states have any, would like to respond to this, on this agricultural value point?
No, I think the significance of the site is acknowledged, sir, in the evidence that we've provided, and clearly as Mr. Le Gallais set out, the fields do provide this role relative to the existing unit, the dairy unit on the site. The issue relevant to the sort of long-term tenure of the site is that 2 of the fields are subject to agricultural conditions under the agricultural land law, which requires that they must be used for the purposes of agriculture. But in consultation with colleagues who deal with that area of legislation, our understanding of that is that they're not specifically required to be let for the purposes of dairy farming. They're just required to be let for the purposes of agriculture in general, which would include dairy farming. So I think that's the only issue that we raise in terms of the sort of long-term security of the use of the sites.
Well, yeah, but is that not a problem for residential development anyway, if there's a legal requirement to use the fields for agriculture?
Well, I think that would be a material consideration in that it's under a different piece of legislation, so it's not under the planning and building law. So
so would that not have to be repealed, or something go through the Parliament to release the sites for development? This is an open question. I just don't know. I'm asking you.
That's not my understanding, sir. I think we have seen sites that have been developed for other uses which affect agricultural land that are subject to those conditions, but we just raise it in the context of the tenure of the sites, accepting that much agricultural land in Jersey is subject to lease rather than owned by farmers.
Okay, and when you're assessing all these sites, you heard me go through, I went through the list of 6 factors. I think probably there might be more, but they would seem to me the main ones. Did you give any particular weighting to any of those factors when you were assessing all these sites in the round?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we said, sir, we might have said yesterday, when the Minister has been considering the issue of the need for affordable homes, he's obviously had regard to the provision of homes across the island, and it's the proposal to bring forward sites for affordable homes on agricultural land is one that the Minister takes reluctantly. But I think we find ourselves in a situation where there is a requirement to respond to the need for affordable homes in the island, and so as part of the assessment of the sites, we do consider the existing land use on the site, and if the site is used for agriculture, that's a factor that's taken into account. And in the engagement that we've had with the agricultural industry, they've helpfully indicated some of the relative significance, if you like, of the value of different bits of agricultural land. So it is a material factor, sir.
Is there anything else you'd like to say before I move on to the next factor?
Yes, I would like to say this very strongly, sir, that these fields are of critical importance, not just to Mr. Smith as a organic dairy producer, but to the whole of the dairy industry in the island. I can tell you that there are a lot of people all waiting on how this meeting is progressing within the dairy industry. This poses a very real threat to our existence, and yet we are at the centre of a heritage, a really well-recognised heritage mark of our island. And yet, in the Minister's comments, he not only misinforms you, sir, on the leasing of the land, in my opinion, but there's also
a strong statement to
more
say.
importance put to the historical relevance of 2 nearby existing farmhouses, one of which is Mr. Smith's farmhouse. And I find it quite extraordinary.
Okay, I'll just let
as I
Mr.
said
T come back
yesterday-
on that. What's the alleged misrepresentation?
Sorry?
What's the alleged misrepresentation?
The length of...
The alleged misrepresentation in the state's response.
I think that the bit that's been misled, sir, is this issue of leasing land. And it's brought up by the Minister that the land could be leased to any other farmer. Well, there are 2 organic farmers who supply Jersey Dairy, and then there are 2 other organic farmers who could be deemed capable of taking over this land, one of which is my colleague Mr. LeMaitre behind me here, and he might be able to answer whether he really wants to, whether he feels that he'd like to rent that land as well. But the insinuation I take from the Minister's comments is that Mr. Smith could lose his land any day when he's been renting it for a very long time from those landlords.
Okay, was that intended?
There was no intention to mislead you or the session today, sir. We simply point out that the fact that the 2 of the fields are subject to agricultural conditions, and one of the fields is not, sir.
Okay.
And clearly these sites have been put forward by the landowner as sites that the landowner wishes us to consider for the purposes of development, and that's what we've done. As we've said as we've said in considering the site's suitability for development, we've taken into account the current use of the site and given that consideration as part of the overall assessment of the site, and we do that in consultation with our colleagues within government who deal with the land controls.
Okay, so I don't think we can take that a lot further. But
Could I make a contribution on agriculture from the field that I've put an amendment in on, which is 1219? That's the what I call the Haute Valley field. That also.
Not now, no,
okay.
in a minute.
Right, thanks.
Access was and highway safety was one of the next issue that has been raised by a lot of residents, which you were going to respond to. I mean, there's where's the Well, it would come off of, I've made a note, off of Westmount, from Westmount, is that correct?
No, sir. As we stated earlier, any development associated with these sites would be subject to a development brief where we would look at the parameters for development. Clearly, this site is bounded to the east by Grand Route de Saint-Jean, which is a part of the primary road network.
Yes.
And on that basis, it's likely that the primary access routes to the site would be from Grand Route de Saint-Jean. Grand Route de Montalabé is recognised as effectively a traffic-calmed road with limited capacity, a narrow road, and as a consequence of that, we wouldn't be seeking to promote vehicular access onto that, or primary vehicular access onto that route. As part of the development brief, we would engage with our colleagues in the Infrastructure, Highways and Environment Department who deal with highway matters to look at the technical requirements of access to the site in terms of the level of development that would be generated on the
Also,
site.
have any technical objections been raised
No, sir.
to this? Okay, did anyone want to come back on that briefly? Yes, Save St Heliers Fields Group, yeah. Who are you, please?
My name is Michael Tate, I represent Save St Helier Fields.
Microphone, please.
My name is Michael Tate, I represent St Helier Fields. Mr Piddy suggests that La Grande Route de Montalabé is a traffic-calmed route. I think it's ingenuous to think that people won't increase what they already do, which is treated as a rat run, mindful that traffic moving north-south as an arterial road into St Helier seeking to go westward would, the way water follows itself downhill, will impact down towards First Tower. You've got a school along that road that youngsters walk along. It's already overstressed in terms of traffic management and pedestrian management. We're more than aware of the parish trying to work hard to improve pedestrian crossings and protect youngsters in that environment, but this will do nothing but add a significant quantity of traffic and aggravate a very bad situation in the first place.
Biodiversity.
Now,
Okay, I mean, I've made a note of that. I do, again, this isn't one of these where we can really
Yes,
talk
I'm
about
sure.
it for quite a long time.
may I move
I-
on to another aspect in terms of the
yeah,
land
you're
designation?
okay with, you don't need to come back on that.
I was just really to respond, sir, that as I said, that we would envisage the primary access onto Grand Route de Grand Route de Saint-Jean, which is the primary road network.
Yeah.
It begs the question how human behaviour operates. It's a natural comeback to what will happen when you do this. You've got 74 houses being promoted there, times 3, that's probably, 100 vehicles more, toing and froing. Youngsters, the parents wanted to go to school and so forth. The traffic will go
Well, it
up.
depends what they are, yes, I mean, it's got, well, one normally would
But
take
that's potentially
eight
subjective.
movements, 6 to 8 movements per day, but they would not all be in the peak hours, but,
It's
yeah.
already very bad now,
I have driven along it actually.
particularly
and,
around 8 o'clock in the morning, particularly around
I haven't done
5
that.
in the evening.
But okay,
And where it comes to its worst aspect is down the hill at joining the St Helier Ring Road. So it beggars belief that we're poor.
well, it goes past the next site on the list, doesn't it? Isn't
It
that right?
will,
So,
yes, it is interrelated.
1212, which is actually there's our mistake actually, is H1219 is the next one, which that is just a bit further down the hill, isn't it?
Is
I
it
think-
appropriate for me to respond to
Yeah.
the environmental impact?
Yes, yes. I mean, I was going to ask. It seemed to me that if it's farmed, you're talking about ecology, or in terms of.
Yes, I am. I thought we represent 74 neighbours in the area, plus a petition of more than 1,000 people who are upset about this. And to read the minister's response to the depositions, saying the site, quote, does not have any designated biodiversity value. We've got pipistrelle bats, we've got bat corridors of red squirrels, marsh harriers, buzzards, and that fields that qualify for organic status need 4 years of resting. How does that marry with not having biodiversity status? It's misleading. In
Well,
the
I can
extreme.
understand why it might, but perhaps Mr. Tilley could explain. I mean, there's no designation. It's not. Do you have SSSIs on?
We have
tours and-
SSIs, sites of special interest can be
Sites of
designated in
special
Jersey
scientific
for their ecological value, and the statement is an accurate statement that this site is not a listed site.
Do you have any local designate? Well, I mean, in the UK, they're sort of the highest level of wildlife designation. Do you have any local designations below that?
We don't have any formal designations as such. There's various bodies of work that identify key habitats, but as you say, sir, this is an agricultural site. We acknowledge that the hedgerows may have some ecological value, but the statement is correct in that it's not a designated site.
And presumably the hedgerows, well, you would not be seeking to remove the hedgerows as part of the development.
No, as I said, sir, any development brief for the site would seek to require the retention and enhancement of existing hedgerows.
Yeah.
I don't wish to be cute, but concreting 9¼ verges of land, which is organic land, it's been laid to fallow and has to qualify for organic status, is of biodiverse value.
Okay, well, I take the point. I've made a note, and I can consider that in the round with all these other factors. Were the other? I didn't really have any other points. What did you want to say? The setting of the listed building is another issue that seems to be acceptable to the state's point of view. Do you have any comments on that, for example?
We as a group are seriously disappointed, particularly about the lack of objective interpretation of the consultative data. Going back to the 2018 findings, I've got 3 examples.
Sorry, what are you talking about there?
The 2018 consultation process produced some findings.
Oh, I see.
Yes. I had to ask for a freedom of information to get this information after 3 months waiting, but once I got it, I just started to flip through it. The very first page of the executive summary, 78% of respondents expressed resistance to development of the countryside, highlighting the importance of preserving landscape character, biodiversity and agricultural land. 4.3, do you agree with this statement? We should continue to protect agricultural land from development. That's 76% strongly agree or agree with the continued protection of agricultural land. In the quantitative analysis, my third point, but there are many more. Question, affordable homes should be delivered by rezoning greenfield land. 65% respondents were against delivering affordable homes by rezoning greenfield land. This question elicited the strongest disagreement of all the questions posed in the consultation.
Right.
The strongest in the whole report.
So what percentage of people thought you should provide affordable homes?
I haven't cross-matched
And
that.
then this is the point, isn't it?
But I could.
Where do they go? I suppose I'm not going to go back onto the overall numbers. I mean, I appreciate the strength of your feeling about this and everything, but I mean, those sort of surveys just show obviously people, if all things being equal, don't like building on fields. That's universal, virtually across the UK and Jersey, and I'm sure a lot of other places. I mean, the point is, somehow or other, sites have got to be found for affordable homes,
I think if you go into that
which
report,
everyone does seem to acknowledge.
yes, but I do think if you go into that report, the general consensus is that people will say not at the cost of such greenfield sites of such value.
Well,
The islanders are very
That's-
sensitive about not throwing a baby out with the bathwater.
okay, I
So
understand
we're
the
talking
point.
about the future of the oldest established herd of cows in the island.
I've taken a note, Mr. Legale, honestly. I mean, we
Thank
can't
you.
just keep going on. I've made a point. I've understood
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you for allowing us to make our point.
No, that's fine. That's what this process is about. I mean, all I can do is to say, you know, I've made notes. We understand, you know, the position of everybody about this. Is there anything else anyone wanted to say about? I think I've covered my topics on this particular site.
Could I add a comment from the point of view of the parish of St Helier as a whole? We are prepared, and we have always been prepared as a parish to take the bulk of new accommodation in St Helier, because for sustainability reasons. What the parish doesn't want to see is the loss of its green fields on the outskirts of the town. Certainly not while brownfield sites remain, which they do. I think there's a tendency in this discussion to confuse homes with houses. The fact is, affordable homes can be built within the town on brownfield sites without building on fields. But if homes means houses with garages and gardens, then clearly that's an expectation which the island will never satisfy, because its rising population will gradually consume all of the agricultural fields around all of the settlements.
Yeah, okay, I note the point. But we've been through this yesterday afternoon. Do you want to ask any questions about this or make any?
No, I mean,
we can't, the brownfield, we didn't actually really. Everyone keeps saying about brownfield, but I mean, you've identified presumably all the brownfield sites that you think are available.
I think so. As you've indicated, we discussed this yesterday, and essentially, you know, Jersey's brownfield sites are derived from within the existing built-up areas. We don't have a legacy of outworn industrial land that you may have in other parts of the UK, for example. So, you know, our use of brownfield lands essentially relates to the reuse of land that's already developed.
And that's the windfall issue that we discussed yesterday, which is the 600 and 500. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I mean, just a general point that I would make is that we heard a lot yesterday and a lot this morning about, oh, well, there's a need for a balance. And that's the tricky one for the states, frankly, and for us, and for you, because everybody seems to agree that there is an urgent need for more housing on the island, more affordable housing on the island. And there also seems to be an agreement that you can't put all of it within the existing built-up areas. So some agricultural land is going to have to be used. It's a question of choice then. And if we look at the assessments that have been made by the states, very detailed assessments, there are lots of sites that have been considered. Several hundred sites have been considered. And when you actually look at the assessment, a lot of them are very even. And you could choose site A or you could choose site B, and you couldn't produce a very clear reason, an obvious reason why you chose A rather than B. And that's the really difficult job, I think, that the states have had of trying to set a reasonable amount of housing, provide for a reasonable amount of housing, trying to decide where it should go. Most of it should obviously go into the built-up areas, but they are reluctantly saying we have to find some greenfield sites. And their choices are obviously what's upset lots of people. Other people whose sites weren't chosen are probably much happier. And it's really very difficult to, so what we really need is, and you've made a case about this particular site based on this particular herd and the particular historic background to this site. Now that may be a factor which leads us to conclude, well, actually this site isn't appropriate, some other site has to be chosen. But that's the problem. Where do we find another site which somebody else doesn't object to? So it's really a tricky balance, and I get back to the point, it's a balance, and it's not a case of simply saying, well, I mean, some people have said to us, you mustn't allocate any greenfield sites. But they also say that you must provide for the housing needs of the island, and the two just don't match up, I'm afraid.
So can I respond to that particularly valid comment you make? But this was the point that I tried to make yesterday, that in the very comprehensive, as you referred to, or I referred to, detailed assessment of all these sites, the agricultural scoring is a flat 2 all the way through, and it gets trumped every time by whatever the scores are for spatial suitability or landscape. And we've appreciate the opportunity to tell you why this particular site is so important to the dairy industry, so important to our cultural heritage, and we are frankly disappointed that even the most rudimentary examination of this site from an agricultural classification point of view would have made it abundantly clear about all the things that we're having to come here to explain to you, sorry, in my rather impassioned way.
That's okay, right.
That's the dilemma. The classification for agriculture is a bland orange 2.
We understand that. You made it yesterday.
And the Farmers Union have done a very good classification.
Yeah, which we've noted that, actually.
And some of the fields they accept are suitable, but others are definitely not, and this is one of them.
You haven't seen, I've got a sheaf of notes here, actually, and I have taken that on board. I think, the states accept, as Mr. Holland's explained, there's this incredibly difficult balancing job to do, which in effect we've got to do now as well. We've got to assess whether the states have made the right balancing judgments, taking into account these factors, and we've noted actually on your assessments the scoring actually doesn't differ that much between a lot of these sites, so it's actually quite a difficult assessment to make. But I don't think I need to ask you to respond unless you really want to. That in terms of the classification that's been used.
Yeah.
It's very helpful, I think, the Farmers Union comments on these, which I promise you we have noted and we will take them into account.
Just on the issue of the classification and scoring of the sites, that was used as an initial filter, effectively, to assess those sites which were potentially suitable, and then those sites that then effectively made it through that filter were subject to a more detailed level of assessment, and that's when we engaged with our colleagues in land controls, in highways, in drainage, and in education to look at the detailed considerations of each site, sir.
Okay.
And one very last point, the Minister, I appreciate exactly what Mr. Holland has said, that it is a difficult balancing act, but the Minister, in his consultation to the public submission of comments, has produced an additional list of fields, so that if something is taken off, there is a reserve list. Why would you do that?
Well, because we know there are 2 sites that have come off anyway already.
One of those
through undeliverability, but we're going to come on to that, yes, and obviously the agricultural value of those sites as well will also be considered in the mix with all the others and in the balancing exercise that we have to undertake. So we have noted, and so I'm going to move on, I think, to the next.
May I make just a very quick comment? Thank you.
Is it about this particular site?
It's about agricultural sites generally.
No, we're going to come to. Okay, briefly, very briefly.
I'd just say, for my point, I'd say that not all agricultural sites are greenfields, and it's an immense frustration to many islanders that we have dangerous, derelict and dilapidated greenhouses which are agricultural when we're still building on or proposing to build on greenfields.
I'm sorry you weren't there, but that was considered in another forum, both yesterday and later on this morning, wasn't it? So, okay. Sorry, yes, who are you, please? No, I can read you, Mr. Luce. There's a chap behind you who's waving at me.
So, thank you. It's Anthony Farman of MS Planning, Chartered Town Planner, a member of IHPC. I'm acting on behalf of the owners of the field. I just want to make one point, because I didn't manage to catch your eye when we were discussing the agricultural conditions on the site. It's just to make you aware that agricultural conditions are applied to the vast majority of fields on the island, so there isn't anything particularly special about them having been applied on this site.
Okay.
So there's no greater status to the land because agricultural conditions are applied. So for instance, there is good agricultural land which has no conditions applied simply because it's been inherited rather than bought and sold under the current law. So it's
Okay,
just
thank
to
you.
make that point. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'm going to move on to the next one now, where similar issues are going to apply, obviously. This is further in towards St Helier Field H1219. I'm going to come to the states first on this because, again, the highways issue has been raised about this particular site. I assume that's a concern for you, the one H1219, where there's a junction of the little lane that's been blocked off, and then there's by the entrance to it is by the school, presumably. Is that the intention? But let's go.
This is the one that I put the amendment on. Do you want me to speak first? Or
Yes, okay. Let's.
Well, you read my amendment, and this is the field that half of which is due to go to the school and half is described as good quality agricultural land that the farming community don't want to lose. The access is difficult because it is a green lane, and it's an area for recreational use for the nearby housing estate, which is already encroached out of the bowl of St Helier towards the school.
Well, I thought it was arable land.
Well, it's being used by agriculture, but the argument
The
in my
residents can't really use that, can they?
no, but the argument in my amendment is if this is not required for agriculture, then it should be used for the community or for the
Oh, I
school.
see. Yes, of course. I sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah. Okay. Okay, a couple of points there for you to answer, please, about the highways access issues, safety issues, and then the community use of Connetable's Crowcroft's suggestion.
Yes, I can certainly deal with the highway access issues. Again, in consultation with colleagues in IHE Transport, they, in assessing this site, recommended that access would need to be taken from the eastern edge of the site with access onto St John's Road. They proposed some traffic management changes to the locality to facilitate access to the site, which would involve the introduction of a part of two-way traffic at the southern part of Grand Route de Montalabé, and then to a signalised junction at the junction of Clark Avenue and Queen's Road. So they were proposing a highways arrangement to deal with access to the
just
to the
bear
site.
with me a minute. Can try and refresh my memory. Did you get a notice? Just say that again. Signalised where?
So it's
Clark Avenue.
that's well. So essentially, taking access to the site from St John's Road. So that's in the extreme southeastern corner of the site.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought you would do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
that's in here.
effectively changing the southern part of Grand Route de Montalabé to a two-way system with a signalised junction at the junction of Clark Avenue and Queen's Road.
Yeah, okay.
And then there's
Yeah, the Grand Route de Montalabé is not very well named, is it? Because it's a very narrow lane.
it's
Is that the one? That's the one I'm
it
talking
is,
about.
so that's
Yeah,
right.
Okay, thank you, yeah. Right, okay. Well, does that give you any reassurance in terms of access? Oh, we didn't talk about community use, sorry, just deal with that first.
So the remaining part of the site designated as protected open space, there's a protected open space, and also for community education facilities under policy CR1. That we checked with the education department as to what the long-term plans were for that site, because it hadn't come forward as a usable part of the school. At the moment, it's not required for Hope Valley, which is the secondary school that lies adjacent to Field H129. However, Children, Young People, Education Skills and Minister for Infrastructure would like to reserve that site because of the review of the education estate that's being undertaken and consideration of how education is delivered in the future in the island, it would not seem sensible to release that site at this time.
Not sure that quite answered the, Constables' point about community use.
Okay, so in terms of wider community use, I'll bring to your attention the proposals under the provision of open space policy, and we have included in there a proposal to designate Warwick Farm, which is north of the St Helier sites that we are talking about, as a country park, which would provide a community provision in the area. Of course, the local residents have some limited access to school open space provision at the moment. We always would like to encourage schools to give public access. That's not enjoyed across the island from all education sites, but we have Deverne Primary School, which I understand has become a well-used public space outside of school hours, in particular, which is just to the east, admittedly over some roads from this site.
Okay. Yes, sir, who are you?
Mike Stein from MS Planning Limited, Chartered Planner. Just by way of background, this site has been put forward for affordable housing in two previous island plans, 2011 and 2014. Both times fell away, despite the strong recommendations of the inspectors at the time that this should be rezoned. As you've probably seen in our submissions, we have requested that the whole site is rezoned for affordable housing, as it presents a really good opportunity to provide 3 and 4 bed homes, which is where the greatest need lies. And also the site was rezoned in 2011, safeguarded for educational use, specifically for a all-weather playing pitch. Now that pitch has already been provided within the grounds of the school, and there's been no approach in the 10 years since to the landowner to use any of this land for educational use. So I'm putting it to you that it makes much better sense to rezone and use the whole of the field for affordable housing, which would achieve 93 bed houses.
Okay. Do you want to come back on that or not?
Only just to set a wider context of education requirement in the area, that there is another site proposed for designation in the plan in relation to education facilities, which is field H1256 to the southeast of Montalban primary and hopefully to be secondary school. So Montalabe currently occupies part of the facilities offered by Hope Valley, and there's a government plan allocation, which is our budget, to basically provide appropriate provision for Montalabe, which is a special educational needs school, secondary provision. At the moment, as the plan suggests, that the aspiration is to deliver that on field 1256 to the south of the existing Montalabe premises, but there is also the option, potentially longer term, that a provision on the Hope Valley site could also be accommodated. So whilst I appreciate that there may have not been plans coming forward over the last 10 years, this is a real life challenge that our colleagues in our infrastructure department are considering at the moment.
Okay. Just quickly then, moving on to the agricultural value of this. I mean, it's Mr. Lemaitre, you've said it's a last resort site, I think, haven't you?
Yes, sir, because it's if you cut a field in half, obviously you lose a lot of agricultural value in the sense of the productive working of the field. So that's the first point.
But it's an enclosed site. Who uses it and what? It stands on its own, doesn't it?
When I visited the field, it was in bulbs, I think. Whether they've been dug this summer, I don't know, because I viewed the field in the earlier part of the year. But it's generally used for potato production.
Right.
We rotate fields, so you get farmers swapping land.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's basically got everything you want in a field. It's about 12.5 verges in size in total. It's very flat, and it's very good drainage. So it makes, and actually in its location, it's what we call a relatively early field because it's got a southern aspect to it. The land below it is very early.
It's very what?
Very early. Sorry, we define potato land as early.
There's earlies and there's even earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, is there anything you want to, you don't contest that or just take it into account?
Yes, that's right, sir. We don't, clearly the agricultural assessment is as has been given.
Okay, has anyone, school capacity was raised in relation to this site, as with many others. I think that's, I'm not sure how many, have you got a sort of calculated formula for wondering how many pupils might be coming forward from a site of this size? I've worked about up to 10 primary school children possibly, but can you perhaps give us a general picture about capacity, school education capacity in St Helier and in primary and secondary, and also for St Saviour as well? Presumably they're all interlinked.
So our overall updated position on education capacity in response to all the representations made is covered off in Statement Response 8 of the Minister's Post-Consultation report. I will summarise some of the points that are made there. So broadly speaking, for the level of provision that's aspired to by the plan as a whole, we would expect roughly 2 spaces of primary and 5 spaces for secondary as an impact, and that data is provided purely by our colleagues who do education modelling. The plan also explains that there's a common misconception, if you like, that inward migration correlates to more children directly on the island, that actually the demographic profile of people who come into Jersey generally don't bring children with them. So the escalation of a population number doesn't seem to correlate with an escalation of demand on education spaces. That's also set out in our infrastructure capacity study, where the capacity of all schools across the island were assessed. That was a snapshot in time of 2019, where it identified that, broadly speaking, the island as a whole has adequate provision. It has regard to the fact that inward migration is not creating the pressure that is matched to the level of migration. But it does identify, as do our colleagues in both children, young people, education and skills and IHE, that there are some schools that are feeling the pressure. Those schools in particular are our town primary schools, specifically Springfield School, Platt Douay, First Tower and St Luke's, which are, compared to the rest of the island's provision, feeling the strain. So that has been recognised. We discussed that yesterday. Deputy Ina Gardner has a proposition in the State Assembly that's been accepted in relation to provision there. She has an amendment lodged to the plan which has been considered, and the Minister has provided his response in relation to that, about providing for those specific schools. In relation to the sites that we're talking about here, the catchment schools would be Hope Valley is the secondary school immediately next door, and Devon Primary School, which is our most recently developed primary school on the island, which I understand is a 3-form of entry primary school. So it's a large primary school with significant capacity, which is currently absorbing the capacity of the town schools, which are feeling the pressure at the moment, and it still has some capacity for growth. So children, young people, education and skills, they tell us that they are presently comfortable. When we ask them a bit more about how they undertake their modelling and what sort of considerations they can take account of when we designate sites, it's very, very difficult for them to make a long-term projection as to where the education demand is going to be on the island, because there's a constant movement of families to different homes. We don't know the profile of the people that will occupy these homes even, because that's driven principally by the housing mix. So if we have a high-density development, say of 2-bedroom homes, the number of children that's going to be generated from that development is probably going to be lower than if it was 3- or 4-bedroom homes. it's also a case of when they make the allocations, it's not purely based on catchment, so they take into account any family links or historically other links to the primary schools. It could be that they have a sibling in a school that means that it's more sustainable for the family to travel to a different place. It could be about where the parents work and that they would prefer to take a child to a different school because that is a more sustainable pattern of transport for them on a daily basis. So all of these factors come into the mix, where these children come from. So we're talking about children that are probably already on the island here or destined to be born on the island here, because we know that few are coming from in-migration. So they are provided for. It's just about where those children are going to move to. And until such a time that the sites are determined, which let's be honest, that as much as we can discuss the individual impact of sites today, it is the States Assembly and their decision based on the propositions that are made of sites in or sites out that will determine the impact on individual schools.
Okay.
Can I just ask you, Mr.
You're
Tate,
going to be dealing with that, aren't you?
the infrastructure work that you've done, the review of the schools, of the education facilities, is that complete?
No, so at the moment the focus is on the provision of a primary offer in the town area as a matter of priority.
So the overall review of the education estate is not yet complete?
No.
And then you talked about the infrastructure capacity study that you undertaken, and I read in your SR 8 that you're looking at an options study to be undertaken, and you hope that would be published before this debate.
Yes.
Has that happened?
So this is specifically about the primary estate in the town basin area, and that was a point of discussion yesterday.
And has that been published?
No.
No. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
To St Saviour's. And the third site in Appendix 1 is S413, S415, 415A and S470. It says St Helier. I think it, whatever. Why does it say that? We cribbed that from the plan, I think, but it says St Saviour's Parish. But
I think it's mistaken on your list. So.
On our list,
Yeah.
it should just be St Saviour's. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, we've got, who's here from St Saviour's? Miss Blandin, yes, okay. I've made some notes here of what some of your principal concerns are. Too much development in Five Oaks, traffic congestion again comes up as a big one. I think I've got a question here about need for affordable housing in St Saviour's, but I'm not really going to deal with that because we've dealt with that generally. Is there anything of particular note that you think I should take account and that I should ask the states to respond to in terms of either the visual impact or the principle of having more development in Five Oaks, which is what you in your particular area of St Saviour's?
Yeah, thank you. Five Oaks, that's the first point, doesn't have an identified list of needs. So as far back as 1987, there have been repeated promises to undertake a detailed study of Five Oaks. This has never been carried through, and we've ended up with Five Oaks being the dumping ground for housing without proper thought to infrastructure, safety, and the well-being of residents in the area. Highways, schools and other facilities already can't cope and are under real pressure. So these affordable housing sites are supposed to meet the needs of local residents, the local people in Five Oaks, and that's not the case. It's there to serve the needs of the island.
Well, we did talk about that this morning, actually, even yesterday afternoon, but that's true. I mean, we're on an island-wide basis, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah. On top of the plan development, what's missing out of the plan is Le Saint-Chen is being redeveloped. So this is all in the same 1 square mile around Five Oaks area. So that currently there's 137 homes there. That's going to increase to 300 by 2024, and there's no mention of this in the bridging plan. This is all within the 1 square mile, as I said before.
Well, there wouldn't be if that's committed sites or already
But
committed.
that's already not there, and it's going to add pressure before extra builds in the area.
Yes, all right.
St Saviour's Hospital, along Princess Tower Road, that's where the traffic would come. There's no housing there at the moment, but that will yield about 200 homes for that particular site as well. So before taking
Is that
any...
a site that's got permission?
I think it will be getting permission. I think St Saviour's Hospital has been referenced in the plan, but not the number of homes.
Well, which one's that? Is that S530?
No,
S530, is it?
No,
No, it's
sir,
further along. It's a hospital site.
Yeah, it was mentioned when we discussed government land, sir. It's a former mental hospital, Victorian mental hospital. It still has some health use, and it is a site that's earmarked for release for other purposes when the health use ends on that site. So certainly to the south of the road. In terms of the potential yield of the site and its purposes, that's yet to be determined. It's likely there would be some residential development on the site, but the site is heavily constrained. It's a Grade 1 listed building, and both the building itself and its setting is listed. The site does include, however, some key worker accommodation and a former nurses' home as well. So there would be some development yield on the site. So there would be likely some trip generation, but we haven't done any detailed work to look at potential yield.
Okay, do you want to, shall I let the states answer that, that key point of yours that really there's, St Saviour's has just had too much development, or there is going to be too much development, and that they're supporting infrastructure, both highways and other infrastructure can't cope?
I think the pressure that St Saviour's suffers is acknowledged, particularly in relation to school traffic, and there are a number of schools located in St Saviour on the road further to the south of Five Oaks. Concentration of secondary schools in that area on Wellington Road, and in the vicinity of Bagatelle Road. So its peak hour traffic is quite significant. I think in terms of the wider issue of the development of this specific site, we do acknowledge that the Saint-Chen is the subject of redevelopment proposals from Andium Homes. So the Saint-Chen lies immediately to the south of this site,
yes.
And that's one of the sites where Andium Homes are looking to redevelop that site and increase the density of development there, to provide new accommodation. In terms of the specifics of this site, if the site was brought together if the fields were brought together as a package, there would be opportunity to provide some public open space as part of the development of the scheme, and we would seek to, through the preparation of a development brief, seek to specify that in addition to the requirements for any potential improvements to pedestrian and cycle access, and we would consult colleagues in IHE Transport about any potential highways mitigation measures that might be introduced. But clearly that is it's a pressured environment. Five Oaks serves as a key junction for a number of routes into that part of town from the north and the east of the island.
So what's your answer to the residents then about, is it just that really they've, it is what it is, you'll try and do what you can, to improve it, but, really there's not much you can do, and it's quite tight, isn't it, the urban development there? I mean, there's not really much scope for highways improvements, is there?
In terms of the highways improvements, the sites are principal roads into the Five Oaks junction. Some of them benefit from footpath provision. In terms of the wider density of development, that part of St Saviour is essentially comprised of a lot of effectively suburban development. And so as proposed by the Andium development, they're seeking to effectively increase the density of development there. But that's a significant area of land, and through the planning process, again, we would seek to drive improvements around provision of public open space as part of the regeneration of the estate.
Okay.
I'd like to respond about the cycle paths and the footpaths. I've been out and I've measured every single pavement in that area, and they're all substandard, they're all small. The roads are very narrow, so I don't know where you're going to put cycle paths and extra footpaths and safe ways to walk to school, because it just won't happen. There's actually no space.
As I say, so we would seek to explore the potential to do that. We're not dealing with the detail of the proposal here. We're talking about the principle of the use of the land for that
issue,
purpose.
isn't there? One shouldn't be allocating, but I'm not saying that this is an overriding problem, but one shouldn't be allocating sites where there are fundamental problems with them. I mean, for example, with either ecology or dangerous access or unsuitable access. So.
I think in terms of fundamental problems, clearly the site has a linkage to the primary route network and it's accessed by pavements. So in terms of fundamental problems, the site is accessible, sir.
If I may also add a point to save us perhaps some time over the next 2 days. The island.
Yes, well,
the island.
I'm hoping. We need to discuss this. I mean, it's going to take time.
Yeah, the island has a very constrained highway network. Our Minister for Infrastructure, who's responsible for transport policy, is here today talking about the St Saviour and the author of the amendment for the St Saviour removal of sites. Historically, how we've had to deal with that through the planning process is a relatively aggressive use of planning obligation agreements to require developers to overcome that challenge. They have to be creative and innovative in their solutions. Sometimes that's just how it goes. And as my colleague says, that is a matter of detail that the developer of the site needs to address. And historically, we have a strong track record through the planning process of making sure that is properly addressed, or addressed as far as practicable. So in terms of other things that can help, that if we're saying that the island has a constrained highway network, and this issue is going to come up on many of the sites under discussion over the next 2 days, we have a sustainable transport policy that has a combination of carrots and sticks, if you like. We have a carbon neutral strategy, preferred strategy that's been published just in the last week that has a series of, again, relatively aggressive means to drive down the traffic problem in Jersey. So this is as much as a bottom-up issue from an individual site basis, but also a top-down issue at a strategic level in Jersey, that we have a travel and transport problem with people's behaviours that we need to address at a strategic level, not just on an individual site basis.
Yes. Mr. Thorncroft, isn't it?
Mr. Nicholson.
Nicholson, thank you.
MS Planning, thank you very much, sir. We're acting for the owners of the site. I'd just like to echo some of the points that have been made by the...
No, don't. Don't repeat them. I've made a note of them.
The danger here of mixing strategic transport matters with the position of this site, which is actually well placed to facilitate access to schools, for example, by non-car modes. This site is within easy and good walking distance of primary schools and by far the largest catchment of secondary schools in the area. We have also identified as an island that there is an issue with access to the schools and school traffic, and the Department for Infrastructure is progressing a sustainable transport plan where a strong start package of projects are already identified and should have been in place during 2020 to deal with school traffic. All these things are very much live, sir, and this site itself is best placed to make good use of non-car modes in terms of accessing education, and the Education Department confirm capacity exists?
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, you're Deputy St Saviour.
Yes, as Natasha, as the Australians say, dobbed me in, I did come train. I'm also the Minister for Infrastructure. So, but obviously, at the moment, I'm wearing my other hat, which is Deputy for St Saviour. May I clarify to start with, Field S729? I understand that's been withdrawn, is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. So, if I just concentrate on the fields around Five Oaks, Field 530, which is
Well, I
wonderful.
haven't come on to that yet, but I suppose it's maybe an appropriate time to do so, yes.
Okay, that's that's a wonderful field, part of the old Welland Farm. I believe that's used for grazing, and it forms one of the branches of a wonderful meadow and valley which goes all the way down to the Longville Manor Hotel, and that would be a tragic loss if we were to lose that. The exit of which, as Patricia's pointed out, comes out onto Princess Tower Road, which is on a slight bend and has a lot of heavy traffic there. And as Mr. Billy has pointed out, further to the right, off the maps, we have St Saviour's Hospital, which, as he has quite rightly said, still has a use at the moment, cannot be touched because there is a mental health facility there next door to the old Victorian building. As soon as that's relocated, then that will be up for redevelopment. So that would again put more pressure on that Princess Tower Road and indeed the Five Oaks roundabout. Coming slightly down from that road, I think Natasha mentioned the schools, quite right. We have 11 schools in and around the area, and the morning rush hour is absolutely horrendous. I would invite you to go up there between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning if you can get through. It is absolutely horrendous.
Okay, we have been in the evening, well, the sort of school turnout time at about 4 o'clock actually. But,
Maybe earlier than that.
Yes.
Well, we were there around when it was busy with school traffic.
But, we're not saying absolutely not. We understand that young people need houses. We're just saying not so much, not in here. That it's been mentioned that Five Oaks estate is being redeveloped. And I've got a proposition in which basically is to allow building on the other side of the Five Oaks development, which is S470 and 415A, which I think would give about possibly 80 homes, which is opposite the old Jersey Evening Post, and I believe that is actually a willing seller. So, we're not saying no, we're just saying we just need to tone it down a little bit. I mean, the planning officers have been extremely professional, but it does irk us when other planners keep submitting plans listing us as part of St Helier. It does go against the grain, because...
I'm sorry about that. That would have been our fault or our...
But this Field 530, for instance, it was the field next door that... I wouldn't say it got the residents of residents of St Saviour up with pitchforks, but it was close, and I'm convinced it cost the previous politician their job by supporting that, because it was such an unpopular decision, because that's one of the few green lungs we have left in the area, beautiful agricultural land. We're not saying no, we're just saying further to the north, and please limit it to those few fields, which will give up, I'd say, about 80 houses. The traffic on the
Just a
main
minute,
road...
please, hang on. That's well, we're doing another one. Okay.
So traffic on the main road is so horrendous towards the Five Oaks roundabout that we've had to put orcas in. If people don't know what orcas are, they're thick rubber slabs, and that stops the big trucks taking chunks out of the houses as they go past. Because so many of the roads that we actually use on the island, they have gate guards in the walls, which are the old stones set in the walls to stop the the wagon wheels chipping away at the walls. This is how old our roads are. And if anyone has a pavement, that's a bonus. But this is what we have to work with. But I say, we're not saying no, we're just saying, please keep it up the far north and please limit it.
Sorry,
Thank
keep
you.
it up the far north where?
I mean north of the roundabout, which is the other side of La Sainte-Chaine. So, where are we? Please remove 413 and 415 and leave 470 and 415A, which would be a large ribbon on the north side of La Sainte-Chaine.
And remove 530.
Sorry? And yes, and remove 530.
Yeah.
I'd
Okay.
Can I?
Just say that again, please, and I'll make a note and I'll look at it when we've finished.
We're asking if you would remove S413 and 415,
Yeah.
and we'd like to leave in S470 and 415A, which means after the redevelopment of La Sainte-Chaine, there'll be further development directly to the north of that. It's splitting the next field up in half, basically.
Yeah, if it's helpful, sir, the deputy's lodged an amendment to that effect. That's amendment number 2.
Right. We'll have seen that. I'll have a look in a break. I'm going to take a break actually when we finish these. The allocated sites. I'll just check that. But
Sorry, can I just...
While we try to sort that out, can I just ask you, Mr. Lewis, you say we, when you say we, who are you representing? Are you talking about the parish, or are you including Save Our St Saviour in it? Who are you talking about?
Right, the proposition is mine, but obviously Save Our St Saviour are very keen on removing 530, so we have synergy there.
But I thought Save St Saviour wanted to remove all of those.
Yes, all at 5 Oaks.
All of them?
All at 5 Oaks.
But I understand Kevin has been supporting our group. But obviously, Kevin, you've got your own opinion and you've got your own,
No, that's
you can make
fine.
your own proposition. We would ideally like them all to come out.
Yes.
Because of the
Yeah.
build that's already going to happen without all of the extra one. I have got some more points to make if I'm able to do
Can I
that.
just finish with Mr. Lewis? With your hat on as the infrastructure czar on the island,
I've been called worse.
where on the island do you think development should be concentrated from an infrastructure point of view?
Constable St Helier has now disappeared, I think. So
No, he's not.
He's not. He's at the back.
Still here.
He's here to give you a coffee around the ear. I would like brown site redevelopment wherever possible, which the constable has mentioned. From an infrastructure point of view, obviously, if it's in town, it is easier to build, but we can't put too much on town because they need their green lungs too. I hope that was diplomatic enough. It is a major problem that we have to face. I agree. And the more brown sites, we're actually rebuilding the state's offices, and once that's complete, that will release probably about 8 or 9 different other sites, which can then be rezoned. So it's not new builds; it would be conversions or demolition and rebuild.
Are these in town?
Yeah.
In town.
just a minute.
Yeah, I think we addressed...
Is that included within your windfall calculations or something you know about? Or
that's identified in the land supply.
or is that in the land supply
That's
for
right.
the state-owned
With the government
sites?
sites, that's
the
right.
425?
25, that's right, sir.
So that is included. We have been through this, where are the brownfield sites question countless times really already in this examination actually, but okay, well, Ms Brandon, you wanted to finish off on this. A couple more queries.
Yeah, I've just got a few more points, and it's to do with all of the fields, particularly 530, but all of the surrounding 5 Oaks area. Strategic policies 2 and 3, have been ignored when these fields were selected, so the full assessment hasn't been completed. If you look at spatial strategy, local needs aren't known because no one's asked. It won't be sustainable because of the roads, the community and the schools. On page 362 of the plan, it says 530 is surrounded on 3 sides by 2- and 3-storey buildings. That's factually incorrect. Bungalows are on the west side and are very well set back. You actually can't see them from the field, so it doesn't overwhelm the look and feel of that field. Placemaking has been ignored. Placemaking is supposed to improve the quality of living for all in the area. The extra build will be detrimental to the current residents. We've already had building over the last 10 years. We've had Belvedere, we've had Langtree, and residents are just beyond fed up with it, really. We're supposed to be creating a sustainable, attractive and safe environment. Well, further building in the area will just have completely the opposite effect. It's going to be wall-to-wall buildings. There'll be no open community space. There's nothing for the residents there. We've got no open park space.
Okay, you can say that the potential new, we've heard about that, but that's a different point really, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've got experience in that area where there's been builds, planning, oh yeah, you've got to have open space, but by the time it all gets through multiple changes to the plans that have been submitted, and before you know it, all the open space is gone. At the parish hall drop-in session, one of the planning officers said, and I quote, "We are a suburb of St Helier. We are a local centre, so there does appear to be a lack of recognition that Five Oaks is a community in its own right. We're a community."
Well, I don't think that's disputed by the states, as far as I'm aware. I mean, is this new things that you're reading out to me, or you have? I mean, I've read all this. I mean, I'm sorry that I'm trying to keep it focused here on, my main issues on these particular sites. So, I mean, you're straying into some very general matters about St Saviour here.
Just reiterating the point about Five Oaks is really
Okay, well, I've got
overwhelmed.
we don't need to reiterate, as I've said to everybody, okay? That's fine, I've made a note, and we've got it already before. One last response on this, and then I'm going to move on to Grooville before we take a break.
I just want to highlight another evidence base that is available to the public and to the inspectors, which may help with kind of, I think, the issue of, if not here, where, seems to be coming up quite a lot in the discussion. So we undertook, we commissioned an independent sustainability appraisal to be undertaken on the draft plan. We worked with those consultants to assess the alternatives available based on our spatial strategy and the sites that had come through the call for sites process. We had that information early. Many of you will know that the final report, which analysed the policy framework of the plan, wasn't actually published until after the plan was published because it had to test the policies of the plan. But the assessment of alternatives was available to us, which we took into consideration in developing our spatial strategy and approach to strategic extension of the suburban part of the island, or indeed St Helier. So I would just point you to the Sustainability Appraisal Report, where it provides an overview of sustainability considerations relative to that area. So we've got, I think, the A9 corridor and the A12 corridor that we've been talking about this morning.
Okay. I'm just checking my, the visual impact I can go and we've seen and we can go and look for. S530, we've covered, or we've gone on to that already. Same issues with the infrastructure. What about agriculture? I think that's one of your less important sites, isn't it? It's a sloping
Yes,
site.
well, no, it's really to do with the fact that it doesn't make it clear in here, but it hasn't been used for quite a few years. And actually, the last person who actually farmed it in proper terms is no longer with us. I understand that a dairy farmer who farms the other area around wanted to include it in his grazing area, but the landlord wasn't inclined to let the field. Which, as explained earlier, if you've inherited property, you don't
I'm
actually.
trying to remember, I don't think there was anything happening. We went there in July.
No, there's nothing. There's been nothing at all.
No.
And so, on that basis, and as I think I've mentioned a couple of times, we do accept that some fields will have to go. And from our point of view, that's one that's less important to agriculture.
It does have a lot of historical interest there, and I say it's a branch of that beautiful valley.
It's the top of Swiss Valley.
Well, that's a landscape impact point, which I'll stand by what I said at the start. We'll take that into account. Again, I mean, from my cursory observations, or our observations, it didn't appear to have any particular wildlife interest. In fact, there aren't really any trees around the site, I don't think, even. Are there?
There are, yeah.
Well, I was thinking about the westbound
There's wild
road.
owls in there and everything. If you went and looked, they're there.
Well, I wasn't there at night. But,
If you live around the area, you'd actually see what wildlife is there.
well, I didn't check that, but I mean, it's not any special designation, is it? I mean, have you? What are you saying to me? Is there any protected species there or anything that has not
Well,
been
this marsh area is
recorded?
very much similar to what Mike was saying about the St Helier field. 530 isn't a field, it's a valley. I mean, it talks about in the plan that it's an undulating field. It's not. It's a valley, and it feeds Swiss Valley.
Yeah,
The
we
stream
went to
comes
part
through
of. We
there.
went further up to another part of that actually.
Yeah. There's not many green lungs around there.
Okay, all right.
In actual fact, because
I mean,
the
that's something we'll.
because the landowners didn't want it grazed because they've been intent on selling it. That's why they don't want to lease it. It's actually encouraged more. It's actually had the opposite effect. It's actually encouraged more wildlife to the field. It's marsh areas, all sorts of stuff.
Okay, Mr. Nicholson. Before I move on.
Thank you, sir. MS Planning are acting for the owners of this field as well, and as we've moved on to that, just got 3 short points to make. Just wanted to identify that this field was recommended by the inspector in the last 2011 island plan. This site's got pedigree, and I think the reasons are well known. We've been talking about infrastructure. Deputy Lewis is also the minister who's got responsibility in his portfolio for that infrastructure. We've been talking about a lot of problems today. Deputy Lewis and his team have also identified a series of solutions. I urge you to look at the Sustainable Travel Plan framework, particularly the Strong Start section, in which there are 3 clear projects which perhaps these sites in St Saviour's would be a catalyst to actually get moving with. The third point is again on infrastructure. In the sessions yesterday, there was a pretty good consensus amongst the participants that affordable housing is actually infrastructure for the island. It's preserved in perpetuity, and it is an essential requirement for the island's communities. Thank you, sir.
That's a general point that's already been made. Okay, thanks. We've got Grooville, G392A, as the last on my list of East of Ireland allocated sites. So if we could perhaps deal with that before we take a short break. Just a minute, please.
Excuse me, am I allowed a point from the floor on procedure at this point? Voice and the list of people attending, but it's a procedural matter which I think is happening before.
Well, I'll hear it. I'm not sure. I'm not guaranteeing to act on it.
You've given a list, very helpful list of criteria that you take into account in assessing these sites. I'm not clear at all whether the SP policies are also relevant to the discussions.
Well, yes, but I mean, I sort of covered almost in the sustainability point that I raised, I think, Keith.
If I may, that the SP policies, particularly SP2 and SP3, are specifically about local context, local needs, identity and character. And one could make a case that if in the selection of these sites you are not able to take those factors into account in the SP policies, then they haven't been given full consideration. So some clarification on that would be helpful.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling a little to follow your argument.
Well, we talked about the SP policies yesterday. They're quite specific. They've been supported by the SOSTE, for whom I'm speaking now. But are they imported into your consideration of these affordable sites? You've given a criteria that you have said you assess these sites against, but does your assessment also include a test against the policy requirements?
Well, let's look at SP2. SP2 is the spatial strategy, and so I may be speaking for the states, but I suspect that these sites have been chosen because they meet the spatial strategy requirements. They relate well to the existing built-up area.
I'm not sure that they do.
Well, that's a matter of judgment. That's a judgment. Placemaking, again, they are talking about additional development in an area. I understand the residents don't want additional development, but nevertheless, it is, I can't see how they conflict with the policy SP3 with the placemaking policy.
The placemaking policy talks about the character of individual areas. The case in point which you just heard about is Five Oaks. There's no assessment in the government's reports about the quality, character, identity of Five Oaks. They've looked at the landscape impact, they've looked at infrastructure impact, but not at the community in that area and the character of the surroundings around Five Oaks. So if those things haven't been considered, then my view is that they can't be seen to fulfil the requirements of policy SP2 and 3.
I suspect, and I may be wrong, but I suspect that if the states did what you were asking, we would be struggling to get a plan in place for 10 or 20 years.
That's a matter for you,
No, seriously, I'm not trying to be facetious. I mean, I'm not trying to be facetious at all. It does seem to me that it would be incredibly difficult for them to do that throughout the island.
I'm not too sure it's true.
Respond to that.
Yes, sir. I think, as you've already identified, the spatial strategy is a critical part of the assessment of the sites, and we've already discussed the Minister's approach to that. And I think in terms of the places section of the plan, again, it's implicit within the places structure of the plan that the strategic policy relating to placemaking has been considered in the assessment and categorisation of different parts of the island's built-up area. So we would consider that those issues are built into the assessment of these sites, sir.
Okay, thank you. Grooville, G392A. I'll start off with the states on this one. There's mention of flooding here. Someone raised it as a potential flood risk issue, which I don't think you really addressed in your response to, in the state's response on these sites. And the appendices related to SR 26, isn't it? Would you like to? I had a look, and it sort of looks like it might possibly be close to a stream, but it's in the sort of partly the coastal floodplain area. Any comment on that?
Yeah, it is an issue that we've considered, sir. It does have a low flood risk when it's considered relative to the strategic flood risk assessment that's been undertaken as part of the review of the plan. and it's acknowledged that during the winter months, the site is subject to surface water flooding. That would need to be dealt with as part of the development of the site in terms of the attenuation of that, sir.
Does anyone from Grooville here want to comment on? No, you're not. Well,
my colleague was why shouldn't I?
but it's an exception. Okay, Mr. McCarthy, just come to the table briefly and comment on that issue.
You've invited us to speak about things that we haven't covered previously, based upon up-to-date information.
Sorry, who's we?
As you pointed out, we don't want to hear about what we've already said. You want us to bring forward things that we haven't said. And that is... Yes?
No, not quite, but, we stopped, actually, the Commission representative this morning when I don't think you were here from bringing completely new evidence, because it's not fair.
No.
I'm asking you, are you a resident of Grooville?
Yes.
Okay, so you've heard me raise the issue about flood risk. I just wanted to address this point. If you're... and you've heard what's been said, do you have a comment on that?
Yes. From the COP26, they've identified that the whole of Grooville, the whole of the low levels of Grooville, including the site, will be below sea level by 2030.
Who has identified this?
It's come from the scientific reports from the COP26. For the evidence that was provided for COP26.
In terms of what? General rise in sea levels?
No, the forecast sea level rises if we stay in accordance with keeping temperatures below 1.5 by 2050.
Yes, but okay, so that's a general sea level rise point.
Yes, and it means that this site is below sea level. The other aspect is associated with flood risk is it is identified as a flood risk. It's not, and what we're saying is that you should choose a site. It's the last site that you choose to put housing on that is at risk of flooding. And the other aspect is it increases the risk of flooding in other areas if this site is then built on. And this particular site is in an area where they have both flooding from flooding of sea over the height of the wall, as well as the flooding from the land. So the bit I'm pointing out is that the issue of this site, it is not the best site for providing housing under flood risk. The other aspect which is unique for this site, which I looked to the agriculture, out of COP26, it emphasised the importance of agriculture working in partnership with ecology. It's a partnership. It isn't about triple SI sites, no farming, or farming with no ecological value. It's about both. The uniqueness of this site, since it was ever cultivated, was that in the summer, obviously it's drier, and then it is farmed. But in the winter, it floods. And as it floods, we have migration birds that fly all the way from Siberia to the specific area and what these migration birds to survive, which are lawfully protected birds, require both. They need the sea wetlands and they need inland water wetlands. And these inland water wetlands provide supplementary food, so that these birds then can eat enough before they fly back to Siberia. And evidence is there that if you remove these birds, do not go generally in the area. They only eat off the same area and the land. So what you have is a situation here where you have a good partnership between farming and the ecology working together. You actually are going to remove this unique attribute that makes this island particularly special. And I will emphasise that the Royal Bay of Grouville is of the most important biodiversity of the island when you combine both the inland waters, marshland, together with the sea. And lastly, I would add that the importance of this area, none of this has been considered. The other aspect of the marshlands, which has come out of COP26, is that marshlands absorb more CO2 than a forest. And forests are burning. So I want to add that you're talking about the flood, and the flood, what I'm trying to do is make a very important connection, that these floodlands are a superior carbon absorption land compared to if this was covered in oak trees. Therefore, that hasn't been considered at all in the assessment. Thank you.
Thanks. You're coming to speak at the plenary, aren't you? I understand.
For 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Well, you've just had
thank you.
More than that. So, no, just a minute, Mr. Steen. Okay, so there's a couple of points there. I've raised it sort of. You said it's a low flood risk area.
Not me.
No, in the council. Yeah, perhaps you could go and turn your mic off, please, and rejoin the audience. And that it floods every winter or in the winter. What records do the states have about flooding for this particular site and for ecological interest and the birds?
Yeah, thank you. So from the development of the draft plan, we undertook the strategic flood risk assessment, which was undertaken by specialists, flood risk specialist AECOM. So I would direct you to that document.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Within that there is a list of flood events. I don't have that immediately to hand to you, but there is a list of recent flood events which you may wish to refer to. That's on a whole island basis, and they, in considering the level of flood risk that's applied across the islands, they took account of local flood events as well as fluvial data for inland flood risk. So we are looking at here what our commissioned experts are saying is a low flood risk area of an annual probability of 0.1%, which correlates to around a 1 in 1,000 year probability of inland flooding. So that's flooding that actually has an effect. So think about the condition of the land at the moment is an agricultural field. It has no surface water attenuation whatsoever. When that site becomes developed and the land preparations are undertaken, that would be reasonably managed through normal development procedures and methods. So if you want to apply...
So what you're saying, when you might have to build up some of them and provide a...
Yeah, so the plan...
sustainable urban drainage system
absolutely.
To have a pond or whatever, a lake or whatever to drain it away.
The plan requires that as a matter of course, just to highlight for your benefit that the approach to flood risk, this is the first time the island plan has considered flood risk, because it's the first time we've had the data available to us. But the plan does provide for a comprehensive assessment methodology, which is standardised through the AECOM report and recommendations, and I think it's a universally accepted approach. So residential development is classified as highly vulnerable to flood risk. There is a methodology in the plan which is called the Development and Suitability Planning Approach from the SFRA. So we would consider this to be built-up area because that's what we have proposed for it to be embraced within. And a low flood risk corresponds to development that will need to identify wide justification for its location, which we have provided, and will also need to provide a flood risk assessment as part of its development.
Yes, but... okay, but the point of this exercise and this examination is to test the suitability of all these sites in the round, and clearly if there's a potential problem with flooding, that should be properly investigated at this examination before granting permission and then trying to deal with what might happen later. So I'm not sure that, that's the way I'm looking at this process.
I'll remind you again at the level of probability that's been identified here as a 1 in 1,000.
I'll check the flood risk list. Do you have any thinking about general flood risk issues? Okay, yeah, Mr. Steen. Yeah. Yeah, I'll come to you first on agricultural, and then Mr. Steen. Yeah.
Well, I want to speak really about, I live in Greville. I've got no vested interest in this field at all because I don't farm it, but I do farm fields literally 50 yards away. And if I could explain the situation, it's way, I don't know the figure, but it's way above sea level. The other side of the main road, you go all the way, was all common land, the same as, if you've been past the Royal Jersey Golf Club, but it was all common land like that when I was a kid, and all those houses have been built since. They're built on sand. It's basically sand dunes, and what's happened the other side of the road, the tops of the fields all along the inside of the road are sand, and as you move down they get closer and closer to sort of what you call meadowland right in the middle. When it comes, so there is no risk, I don't believe, of seawater ingress into that site, and when it comes to rainwater, 100 yards away, there's a mains, Deputy Lewis would know, there's a main infrastructure that goes right under all the houses and out to sea. So that's how they, if I could explain, but in the so what I call the Greville Basin, there's a big development at Woodlands, and all the water from that road comes down and goes through just beyond this field and goes out to sea. So that perhaps would explain the situation with flooding and drainage in the area.
Thank you, that's helpful. Yeah, okay. Mr. Steen?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think Mr. McCarthy was referring specifically to Greville Marsh, and then used this field to say that it is regularly flooded. In my time, and I've brought up in Greville.
Just a minute, please. Turn it off, please. Thank you. Yeah.
I was brought up in Greville, and I can safely say I've never seen it flooded once. So I think that is a complete exaggeration by Mr. McCarthy. From an agricultural point of view, Jersey Royal did use this field, but they decided not to use it anymore because it was too stony. So it is no longer used from an agricultural point of view. In answer to those points.
Okay, thank you. I know you've been accused of lying.
Well, he says I'm not telling the truth.
Just a minute, Mrs. Day.
I can just further add that my colleague has passed me a paper copy of the Strategic Flood Risk Assessment, and on the section 4.2.7, Historic Inland Flooding, there are no flood events listed in this area.
Well, I would point out that I have photographs of the field flooding in the evening summer, Dr. Adapter, and I would also add that it is, the portion of the site is enclosed within the flood.
Well, I've seen. Okay, I've seen that, and I'll look at it. So that's it.
When we talk, because Mr. Lewis is here, it is also linked to drainage in terms of flooding, and it's right that as the floods come, they overflow and they go into the main drains, and as the main drains overflows and the pumping station can't cope, they pump raw sewage directly onto the beach at the head of the slipway. So that sewage, raw sewage, sits on the beach.
Well, okay, all right, Mr. McCarthy, thanks.
Within the flood risk.
All right, I'll look at the flood risk assessment. Mr. Steen, I've had other evidence as I've had yours.
Just a point of order. Did Mr. McCarthy make a representation in respect to this field and flooding?
Yes.
He's made representations, yeah.
Mr. McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy's made a lot of representations, I may put it that way. Thank you.
Okay, I think we need a short break, but I think I've covered, well, if you don't, I do. I'm just going through my checklist of points on this particular site, visual matters. There was something else called capacity, but I'm going to take that as an island-wide response. I haven't got anything else to ask about this site. Thank you very much. No!
Is your allowed to be a comment on the visual impact?
No!
Because it hasn't been carried out on the site.
It has by me. Actually. So I've been there and I'll look. Okay, I'm going to take a 10-minute break, please. How long do we have the room for?
We will be in chat. Hopefully you're fine with that.
Well, it might be worthwhile to try and go a bit beyond 5 if that doesn't inconvenience people too much. Bit to try and get some more of the business done. I'm happy to do that, to try and make sure we keep on programme. I think actually, as we've covered a lot of matters generically with regard to some of these sites, it might push things on a bit more. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break and then I'm going to go back to Appendix 2. Do you need to hang on?
You may not have considered MN 410 on the allocated sites.
We identified that site to you as missed off the list.
No, 410. 410 south of the Catholic Church. Steve's.
Okay, I've just been informed of something which I thought was there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. I'm going to come back and deal with St Martin's, MN 410, and then the other one that's in Plan B. Okay, thanks.
Did you see how long he's going to answer? That's why I'm watching. I need to go and change my car. I'm doing it before. I need to go and sort the car out. When he's
Where's the closest jug to you usually? So I'll go fill it up.
It's all right. I just haven't had any. I was just sitting at the back one.
It gets like that.
throwing spears and stones.
It is just a ridiculous way of dealing with issues that all need to change. These guys are trying their best. They're working Not the plan. The way that the plan is, the way the plan is, the way the plan is, essentially the way the plan is. It's called these guys turn up on a particular day.
Yeah.
That's their
Oh, absolutely.
Especially on the bus. It's like it's on the talk with people now. I really like this.
Well, that's what I'm also standing here.
And we're going to see how the regulations update. Oh yeah, we do it every 10 years. So we're currently making up all our well, they have to change. We have a dynamic population. People don't come in just for they don't leave. We have to move people.
There's only an hour.
That's the global economy. You can move in between different communities around the world. There are strong communities who are working in different communities around the world. They move on mass very quickly. That's the way the economy works. And we have this 10-year-old census, which is just completely unstable. And so we're basing our decisions on feet. So we'll have Scooby, how many people
Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, when we sit here, that when we read the paper last week, front page. Well, I'd ask where's the empirical evidence?
Every now and again I get it doesn't know that. It seems to be dark, but well,
they may have gone back. And until we actually do a census, we look at the data everyone's taxes, their entry unit is Yeah, I've been here.
Yeah, I'm around next week, and if they're around, I'd like to
I'm sure they can have their own reserves, I'm sure you, in my view, you've won your argument over the I mean, that would be great. So I think also a very strong argument.
Yeah, no, that's fine, sorry. No, there's nothing to see because someone else saying Are you happy to attend? I don't understand how that actually affects those populations.
Seeds are doing something
So she was
See you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're going to build everybody's Martin. That's all what's left.
It's not the one I choose.
Swimming lately?
Yeah, they got it,
It's amazing. The conditions have been brilliant.
Yeah,
It's been so
Yeah, we get things. Yeah, I get the
UK, isn't it?
Yeah, I always
So it's great for season. You don't get as much time. So it's not worth going in. Because when we go in, and it still is 40. Now the season is over. The season is over. So we're in the pool. So I'm spending 3 times a week.
Are you? Which pool is that?
2 at
you can do it online. Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
It's all in the club.
Right.
Yeah. When it gets a bit cold,
seats, please, and we'll try and resume, and then hopefully we won't be too late. So you've definitely... Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to continue. So there seems to have been a mistake here on our part or someone's part, but I thought that site MN 410 had been withdrawn because the landowner was opposed, but I appreciate that's not the case. Okay. So that's the last of the east side sites that has been allocated that needs to be discussed. I have been there and I have seen it. I'm not aware that anyone, Mr. Luce, have you got any comments about that site? And I'm not aware that it's generated some objections, I think.
I'm not aware that there's a large number of objections. Certainly a parishioner has come to see myself and the constable at the public hall to object, and I think there would be an objection from them. They live immediately to the west of this proposed site. But I'd just like to clarify that the Minister has maintained the site for affordable housing. The relatively new owner of the site does not wish to develop affordable housing, but we very much wish to develop retirement homes, and that is the subject of my amendment. So this is not a site that's been that the owner does not wish to develop. It's a site that he wishes to develop for other needs, a need which the parish very much has in mind as well.
That explains our sort of slight confusion, I think. Yeah, okay, I've seen your amendment and I understand that. Mr. Steen, yes, can you shed any light on this?
Yes, slightly.
Are you acting for the owner?
I'm acting on behalf of the owner, and yes, his preference would very much be homes for the elderly, right sizes, but if that doesn't go ahead, he has acceded that he would allow affordable housing on it. So that's his fallback, is that he would allow affordable housing.
Right. You weren't here this morning, I don't think, when we had the right sizing discussions, and I think I might have missed part of them. I don't think I missed much of it. That we did raise some questions about that. Is there anything you want to ask about that? And do the states want to respond then to the Deputy's proposed amendment?
Sure. So this morning we did cover the right sizing and over 55 supply issue and the policy mechanisms that are envisaged by a right sizing policy versus what is essentially an open market provision for older people on an over 55 site. We also highlighted that policy H5 makes adequate provision to provide for right sizing homes, and it provides quite a great deal of flexibility to drive up that number if there is evidence of demand that can be proven. So we feel that the aspirations of the landowner may still be met within the auspices of policy H5 should that evidence be put forward. I'll add, however, that would be on the basis of it being part of a right-sizing product rather than open market homes for older people.
Could I just
Any
add
comments on that?
The parish of St Martin have for many years now had their own retirement homes administered by 2 trusts and run by the parish. At the moment we have roughly a unit which has about 24, 25 units, and we know that we have demand for more than double that. We have a waiting list for people to go into these retirement over 55 homes, which is currently around 60 people looking for approximately somewhere around 47 units. So we know we have massive demand in the parish for people who live in the parish, who want to right-size, want to stay in the parish, want to move into a smaller home, which we can't fill. And we're hoping to work with the landowner should he get permission to develop the site for retirement homes.
But are these gateway homes, in terms of affordable, over 55 homes, as Mrs Days said, the people on your waiting list?
It's administered entirely by the parish of St Martin. The
constable they won't be there.
The constable may well address you as well, sir.
Yes.
They are set up in 2 trusts, but we could make up a new trust. When we had the 20 new first-time buyer homes, which the buyers bought in November 2020, we had discussions that they were for the parishioners, and also we spoke with the Minister of Housing at the time, who was Senator Sam Mesick, and we spoke about the fact that we were happy for it to be a mix of local parishioners and the gateway. So we had that sort of agreement with them then. So I'm sure that if we had the over 55 housing, we would come to some sort of arrangement with the government. And saying that though, many of the parishioners, some of the parishioners who want, some of the people who are desperate to come back, they want to come back to St Martin to live. So they don't actually live in the parish now. So, and they're not.
Yes, I think the issue is, are they in affordable housing need in terms of the policies?
Some of them would be, and some of them won't be.
Yes, how would those, have you got any comments on that sort of proposed mechanism or arrangement in terms of, from a policy perspective, in terms of meeting your affordable policies?
Well, I think as we discussed this morning, sir, the right-sizing mechanism is one that the aspiration for that is that somewhere in the chain an affordable home is provided, and the policy set out in the plan seeks to enable that by providing some, or offering the potential to provide some smaller right-sizing housing products, particularly in some of the parish communities, that may then be accessible to people who are currently housed, but housed in a home that has the potential to become an affordable home. So that, as we discussed this morning. So I think the Minister's position is that he would be minded to consider schemes on that basis, but not where there is no provision of affordable homes somewhere in the chain. If that helps, sir.
Well, sort of, but I mean, in short, are you saying to us that you just want this to be retained as a H5 general affordable housing site?
That's the Minister's current position, sir. As the Constable's indicated, there may be some scope with, clearly it's the Minister for Housing and Communities who would discuss, would control access to the site. But from a planning point of view, we would seek to ensure that the site is provided either directly for affordable homes, or it has the ability to deliver affordable homes that might be released elsewhere.
Yes, okay. You just mentioned access. I'm not aware of any particular problems with access there. Yes, okay. Do you want to comment first, and then I'll come back to the...
perhaps if we hear the comments
okay,
first.
Yeah. So, Ms Hughes.
Yeah, hi, I'm a resident of St Martin and I live on the Rue de Butte, and I represent the only 2 houses that are close to this development. And we seem to have leapfrogged the discussion about the site itself, and we've got into some political negotiation about what kind of housing we're going to have there, apparently. So
I'm happy to hear now. I'm happy to hear what you want to say about this.
Can we just go back to the site, which is that this is a site that I understand has been brought forward time and time again for development, and it was in the 2011 plan and was thrown out by the minister at that point as being entirely unsuitable, not only on the landscape character, but also on the access. There's an error that you may have noticed that I've already brought to your attention in the plan, which says that it does touch the primary route network. That's not correct. It only is accessed via the Rue des Buttes. It's a green lane where there is priority for pedestrians and cyclists. There are a lot of horse riders that use that route. It's intended to be a cycle route down to St Helier. It's a single track. There is no passing place between the entrance to the field and the Grand Route to St Martin. It's a very difficult junction, and a lot of the residents find ourselves reversing almost onto the main road, because if you're coming up from town and you're turning right, you sort of go back on yourself. You suddenly meet a car, you have to sort of do the dance, reverse. It's getting more and more difficult with increasing development down there. So I cannot see how it could sustain the density of development that is being required for an affordable housing site.
Okay. Do you have any comments on the access?
Just on the access.
Character?
Just on the access issue. So we acknowledge that the site doesn't directly connect with the primary route network, but Rue des Buttes, the edge of the northern edge of the site, is not far from the primary route network, albeit that it is served by Rue des Buttes. In terms of Rue des Buttes itself, being a green lane, it's important to recognise that that's subject to a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit and not to a prioritisation to other modes of travel. In terms of its landscape sensitivity, that was assessed as part of the landscape sensitivity appraisal, which you've seen, sir, as part of your assessment, and this site was considered to have a lower sensitivity in terms of its landscape impact.
There's also an error in, I believe, in the way that it's been assessed from the landscape sensitivity, because it says it's I think the words are semi-developed context, and then it defines semi-developed context as being its boundaries, one or more boundaries formed by housing. None of the boundaries are formed by housing. There's a cemetery there on one side, there's the listed church to the north, to the south is agricultural, and to the side that we're on is the lane, and then there's two character housings, and there's an orchard that we look after. So I think it's very misleading to say it's semi-developed context. You know, you look at the other sites and they've got housing, or, you know, big blocks of housing. It's not bounded by housing.
Okay, I mean, I've been there, so I can take what you've said into context there, and as I said right at the very start of this, you know, that's a landscape assessment has been done by us, and we take that into account mainly what we see on the ground. Okay. Did you still want to make any comment, Mr. Steen, or not?
Yes, thank you. The point I wanted to make was to go back to the land use, and the landowner has form for doing affordable retirement developments. He did one at Les Frères in the Moultier-Brouville in association with the Housing Trust Christians together. So just that as a way of background.
All right. I don't think there's any. Did you have anything else, Mr. Lewis?
I just wanted to add this site has been the subject of development ideas for many decades now. It hasn't been in agriculture for quite a while, certainly decades. And previously, I think when the site came forward, it did have direct access to the primary road network. But since that time, the part of the north of that field has been sold separately from the field itself. So there's now a gravel car park and a grass car park at the top, which wasn't separated from the field previously by the hedge that is currently there. So I think in times past, when propositions for development did come forward, it would have had access. But Mrs Hughes is absolutely right. That particular part of Rue des Boutes is very narrow, and I would think that any potential development on that site would have to consider how it accesses the main road, and that may be by some negotiation with the Catholic Church.
It's the church car park, isn't
But
it?
otherwise, the Rue des Boutes really is a single lane. It's not a 1.5 car
Yes, I've
lane.
been there,
It's
I
a
know.
single. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, I think that concludes the allocated sites. While we're in St Mary's, St Martin's, beg your pardon, St Martin's, I'm going to go on to Appendix B, and then we've got one of the Plan B sites there, which is trying to think which one. Oh, that's number C. Sorry, 391. Yeah. Okay. Now that's been put forward as a possible alternative or addition or to the allocated sites. Ms Hughes, did you have any comments about that on behalf of residents? I've had quite a few objections, well, quite a few objections about that. Yes.
My name is John Grady.
And you're here in place of...
Sam Moore.
Sam, that's right.
Sam, I forgot his second
Yes.
name. Anyway, I'm in his place.
Okay, right, thanks for coming.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm full of admiration for your stamina.
Well...
A group of residents.
I mean, okay, so the way we've been here right from the start, haven't we?
I have, yes.
So, I mean, I think what we're really looking for is, under those headings, sort of key objections that you have.
I'm not going to talk about the objections to 391 because they've been listed in the representations.
Okay, what did you want
I'm
to say?
going to say that there are alternatives that should be considered. I think if we look at the ratings for all of the fields surrounding St Martin and St Martin's Village, they all score fairly evenly. Now, whatever is chosen as a site for affordable housing in St Martin, and I know Deputy Luce and the Constable are committed to finding a site. I think I'm correct in that, Deputy Luce and Karen? Well, I think there could be a process in St Martin where the parishioners are actually involved in the decision-making about which field is chosen for affordable housing, which will have least impact on their way of life.
Well, that's not... You're here representing some of your parishioners. I mean, that's not quite how it works. I mean, they've had a chance to comment on the plan itself.
Well,
I mean, it's not... I mean, just to sort of try and set you straight a bit, I mean, we're not saying, there's got to be a site in St Martin's and, it's for parishioners to decide which one it's going to be. This is one of many sites to meet island-wide needs, including needs in St Martin's, which are being assessed in comparison with, and as Mr Holland said right at fairly near the start of this, trying to take into account a difficult balance between the competing needs of various sites and the competing needs of affordable housing, people in need of affordable housing, and all the factors such as landscape impact, are they safe, etc. So that's really what we're about. So I'm not really interested, I can't hear today new evidence about new sites that you want me to look at.
Well, I've given you in my representation alternatives that I think have...
Are they in the list C, Appendix C? I can't remember what your...
It was Field 720 and Field 728. I didn't identify them in my representation because I wasn't clear about the number of the field.
Which?
I identified them by the green lanes that surround them.
Is this in St Martin?
Yes. Sorry, not the Green Lanes, the main road and the secondary road that
Well,
surrounds them.
They're not, the state's aware of these? Because I don't think they were on the list that you gave me of...
No, they weren't.
I can say that to hand we are not, but I would raise that the reason why MN 391 has been identified on the Plan B list, as it's referred to, is because the Deputy of St Martin, as the elected representative, has put that site forward.
Okay, well, let's stick with, is there anything else you want to say about 391, other than what's been put in your
It's in
representation?
the representation. I think the traffic access is one of the most important issues because it's green lanes. Access onto green lanes is always difficult.
But isn't there another way onto that site from the east?
No. There's no way you can get onto that site other than from the green lanes. It's surrounded on two sides by the green lanes, on two sides by housing.
Maybe it doesn't extend up to, I'm just trying to, okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, you'd have people driving in and out onto green lanes and then to two junctions which are hazardous onto the main road. And I've compared the fields 720 and 728 in this respect because they would have immediate access to a secondary road or a main road. In terms of other aspects, I think...
Is it the Chaste Demoiselle?
I'll refer to Deputy Luther.
Where am I? Am I in the wrong... Oh, sorry, I put it, yeah. Oh, it's Long Rue, isn't it?
Yep. 391 is a long route and...
And the other one is Rue de Payen? Payen? Okay. I'm sorry, I just don't, if I've not been told about it, I just can't take that into account now. It's just way too late. We'll have to just look at the merits of this site, I think. Do you have any comments about 391? Are you in support of it?
All I would say, sir, is that the parish put forward a list of fields for consideration. We didn't propose anything, we just put forward a list of fields around the parish for consideration for affordable housing, and this was one of them. And when the other two sites, the first two sites, looked like they were going to be rejected, I put in a submission about this 391 field. While it's far too big, if it was filled entirely with houses, far too big for St Martin's to cope with realistically, maybe part of this field could be considered for development. I'm not sure I could support the rezoning of the whole field.
Yes, I remember reading that, yeah. Yes.
We couldn't support the rezoning of the whole field. I think it's put forward for 59 houses or whatever, and it was coming up that our primary school was oversubscribed anyway. And we're trying to have this green field that, parents will walk and cycle their children to school. Many of our parents in St Martin are actually having to drive to another parish to take their children to school already. So,
are there any proposals to expand the school?
So if you have 59 houses, it's the infrastructure could not cope with it. That small green lane. There's no infrastructure to support it, and I don't think you could really do the route to the road or anything.
The two roads we're talking about already cause some problems, but they're actually valued highly by the community because of the recreational aspect, green lanes, walkers, riders.
I have walked along it actually.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's part of our cycling route.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The States, please. What's your response to these points? So there's sites too. It's too big. There's an access issue, and the primary school's oversubscribed.
My first question, as a point of capacity, is that MN 391 identifies the supply of 56 homes, whereas the amendment submitted by The deputy represent a potential yield of 93 homes. So I'm slightly surprised to hear that the parish is at capacity in terms of infrastructure when the amendments proposed by the deputy would almost double the amount delivered by this site. Of course, there are site specifics which would need to be taken into consideration, such as the highway network, and they have been considered at a high level. But as with other sites, it is down to the developer or prospective developer to determine how those highway implications may be resolved. But as we also discussed this morning, that typically speaking, in Jersey's constrained highway network, they are resolvable generally through the use of planning obligation agreements, and in this case probably the acquisition of nearby land. In terms of impact on education capacity, St Martin's is a new school. We understand, a very attractive school at one of the rural parishes for people to send their children. Again, my comments this morning or earlier today still stand that children, young people, education and skills allocate school places on sustainability considerations as much as just pure catchment area, and they would manage any such impact as it arose, and we couldn't at this point determine what that impact would be because we don't know what is happening in terms of mix on this site, housing mix, and also what may happen with the sites that are proposed either by the deputy or as other designated sites in the plan.
Well, yes, I mean, on that point, there is one that's gone, isn't there?
In my defence, the two amendments that Natasha refers to, neither of them are to do with affordable housing or provision of education. They both refer to retirement homes, where there will be no impact on education at all.
Yeah.
One of those sites is presently in the plan as an H5 site, which is an affordable housing site.
Well, that's the 410 that we just discussed. And the other one's been withdrawn because the owners opposed. I don't think I can really take that any further. So, yes?
Just one thing. Deputy Luce suggested an amendment about Field 391.
I'm sorry, sir, there's some confusion. I've written a submission about 391. I have
Right,
not submitted
okay.
an amendment. It's a very different thing.
Okay.
But it's now being considered.
Yes,
Right,
because
well, I
the states of...
I submitted that there was fields better suited to the purpose of affordable housing than 391. So I maintain that that should be considered just as Deputy Luce's was.
Could I also...
Okay, Mr Grady, I'll check what you've said and I'll go back to and look at your representation and take that into account again. We've seen some of these. Yes, well, which one of you? I don't mind.
Well, could I just ask first a decision, sir, on Field 391? I was under the impression, because it does not feature in the draft island bridging plan, that it's not officially being considered at this hearing?
No, that's not right. It's being considered because we raised that issue when the states put forward their, I think you'll confirm this is true, that when they put forward their additional sites list, we said, hang on, we can't consider these without everyone having a chance to consider them. So that's why they were part of the further representations procedure.
But those fields haven't enjoyed the same level of scrutiny and protection, if you like, because they weren't in the draft island bridging plan.
Well, that's the same level as, okay, well, that might be debatable. Would you like to comment on that? But, I mean, they have been, from our point of view, because they've been advertised and people have had the chance to comment on them and object to them, we are considering them.
But the
in the
Minister
same
stated-
way as other sites. We've been asked to consider other sites on Appendix 3.
I appreciate that, sir, but the draft island bridging plan was what the amendments were brought to. We haven't had a chance to consider 391 in the same vein that we did the original sites, and the Minister has stated that if he doesn't get the sites through in the first iteration, that he would then go to Plan B, but Plan B surely can't be the same status of Plan A.
Well, my understanding is you do actually have the chance as members to go back to this anyway when we've written our report even, but perhaps the states would like to
I would just like to clarify the status of the alternative sites posed by the Minister for the Environment, which are for consideration only. They are not proposed for actual inclusion into the plan at this stage. They have, as you've highlighted, been subject to the further representations period. However, there is another version of sites that we are considering here today, which is the proposed States Member Amendments, which have a far greater weight and legitimacy for becoming sites included in the plan, which also haven't been subject to the same level of consideration as those Plan A sites that were in the plan. So we're talking about sites that the Minister's basically put forward because we know there's going to be a likely shuffle around with sites, which is not just only from the yield loss as a result of the 2 sites that we've lost over this process, but also as the States Assembly debate on the floor. So they have presented these sites to the inspectors to consider in an open and transparent way so that the Assembly have the information available to them to make an informed judgment on the actual debate. As I say, these Plan B sites don't have the level of status that a States Member Amendment does, and they have enjoyed the same level of consultation.
Just for my benefit, with respect to members, why do the States Members Amendments have different status? Is that in terms of a legal requirement as part of the plan process that I've missed?
Yes, so the sites included in the plan are the proposed sites as drafted. States members have a democratic right to propose amendments to the draft plan, which is lodged as a proposition to the States Assembly. That debate then, that amendment then carries into the debate. So once it's become formalised as a States member amendment and lodged with the States Greffier, that can then be included through debate on the floor of the Assembly on the day of the debate.
Oh, I see. Well, yes, I know we're obliged to make recommendations about them as part of our consideration of the plan as well. So that's what I'm aware. So, but it is just that yeah.
So the Plan B sites, sorry to keep referring to them as that, they're not subject to amendment. So they are several steps behind, quite a distance behind for their potential inclusion into the plan.
Okay, well, this sort of cuts to the chase, really, in terms of what you're expecting us to do with the Plan B sites and where that would go. Now, when we've been discussing this, I mean, I suppose you're not expecting us to sort of write a report, are you? Or maybe you are, that says, okay, well, we think you should strike out X, Y, and Z sites of the allocated housing sites and put in A, B, C, D, or whatever of the Plan B sites. That's not quite how it's going to work, is it?
No.
From your point of view?
No, that is not what we're looking for. So we've asked you, as part of your terms of reference, to consider the relative merits of all States member amendments that have been proposed. That's in recognition that those amendments can be carried into the debate and become included in the plan.
I'm clear we've got to do that, but then, but then we would just presumably write comments on and recommendations about both the List A sites or the allocated sites, the members' amendments sites, and all the other sites, but looking first at the Plan B List 2 sites.
So the reason why the Plan B sites have been put forward is because those are the recommendations from the Minister for the Environment as to the most sustainable sites, if alternatives were required to be considered in order to meet the overall housing supply.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think we need to make a distinction between the sites which have been put forward as amendments by the members, which the Minister has said, I'm happy for these to be included in a list of sites that you, the inspectors, will consider as possible alternatives. Then there's another category of member suggested sites, which the Minister said, I don't support these sites. So there are 2 different categories of sites that have come forward after the plan was drafted. Some of them have support from the Minister, and some of them don't. And then there's another category of sites that have been put forward by by people who are making representations, which are an entirely different matter. They haven't been endorsed either by the Minister or by members.
Understood.
The Plan B site, what we call Plan B sites, are sites that have been put forward as possible substitutes if sites in the plan get taken out.
But that's another category, isn't it? That is another category.
No, I don't think so.
Well, okay,
We'll talk about
we
it.
very rarely disagree about anything. But perhaps you could tell. I mean, I'm thinking four categories.
There are
allocated members' amendments. Supported by the Minister. Members' amendments not supported by the Minister. Your proposed Plan B lists 2 sites.
Well, I think if you perhaps if I could suggest another way of categorising it. So you've got the sites that are in the plan.
Yeah.
You've got the Plan B sites, which have been identified by the Minister as potentially alternative sites should any of the sites in the plan fall.
Yes, that's true.
But some of which are subject to States Member amendments. So three of them are subject to States Member amendments.
There's overlap, okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
So does that help?
Point taken.
Okay. And so that's the Plan B sites, and I think it's relevant to note that one of the reasons the Minister has considered the potential alternative sites is because he was challenged by the Infrastructure, Housing, Environment Scrutiny Panel to come forward with a strategy that addressed the potential challenge to some of the sites that he's identified in the plan. So the Minister's responding to some political challenge there. So he's identified those as Plan B sites, of which some States members are sponsoring those sites. And then, as you've stated, we've got other representations that have been made on sites which have a mixture of, we've got other sites which are States Member Amendment sites which are not supported by the Minister, and then we've got other sites which are neither supported by the Minister or by other States Members at this stage. Is that helpful?
That is
everyone clear? Yes.
Can I just say something on Mr. Martin? As Constable Mr. Martin, I just wanted to put it on record that with the Plan B site 391, I do not think it can sustain 56 houses. I think that's ridiculous.
I've already noted that. Thank you.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that was on record. And the same for maybe the 93 as well. It's not my...
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Stephen?
Just a question, sir. Could we have what Mr. Pilley has just explained as a written note, please? That would be really helpful.
I don't know. All this is being recorded. I think there actually is going to be a written transcript, isn't there?
Just a video recording.
It's a video recording.
Live immediately after the session.
But I
And
think
then you
it's...
have to find exactly where it's discussed. I'm just thinking
Is it
for a lot of people it would be very helpful to have that
16:45?
summary. Thank you.
If I may, sir, in terms of the Minister's position, that's set out in his statement response number 26, in part 3 of his consultation response, which has been in the public domain for some considerable time.
I think, to be fair, Ms. Stephen, that's correct. I mean, it is there. SR 26.
It's in part 3 of the Minister's response, which runs to 270 pages, so one of the shorter documents.
I'm going to press on, and we're back to St Helier now, I think. On Appendix 2, I'm going to sit for maybe another hour. I don't know. Let's see what we can get through. So we're now on Appendix 2, St Helier, H1248.
I don't wish to confuse your flow, sir, but there was an issue about field 489, MN 489, which is also in St Martin. So this is one that's sponsored by Deputy Luce, so it may be worth taking that before we leave St Martin.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's actually been put in Appendix 3 wrongly.
That's right.
in the programme. But I suppose it's best to finish with St Martin from this part of it and deal with that. So now that's John Le Bailey.
No, it's Deputy Luce.
Deputy.
So it's MN 489 St Martin 489. So it's
I'll go down it. Maybe that's another typing mistake. Actually, I wonder why it was him. Yeah, no, but on the list it's down as John Le Bailey as sponsoring it. But that's not being sponsored by you, Mr. Luce? It is. Okay. So this is the states say that this is not suitable basically because it's an outward extension of the village envelope further south. Do you want to make a comment about that? That's one of the points.
Well, sir, the Likud Clo, which is the parish-owned and parish-run scheme for older parishioners, is bounded on three sides by fields. But it would be my submission that the one to the south would have by far the least visual impact and landscape impact if it was developed. There would be the potential to extend this retirement home block further down a long route, but that would have major visual impacts to anybody walking in the road. And the reason why this field has been chosen is we feel quite clearly that this is the one that will be seen least by members of the public and parishioners as they walk, cycle or drive in the lane. It's immediately adjacent to the current facility that we rent out to elderly parishioners. We think it could be accessed through the same current facility. We have spoken to the landowner, who would be willing to speak to us should we be able to get permission to rezone this field. At the moment, as I said previously, we've got roughly 25 units. We have a demand for about double that, so we could have 3 times the number of units in St Martin's and have parishioners who are very, very keen to downsize, right size, retire, but stay in the parish. We've got a lot of demand. We have money available to certainly start the site work and professional fees. We're very keen to progress as a parish to look after our elderly residents. It's a great disappointment to me that this draft island plan doesn't attempt to address the issue of the more elderly people. Certainly I'm aware in St Martin's, and we have been for some time, that we need more homes. We need nursing homes on the island as well, so I hope you'll bear that in mind, but that is not also addressed really in this plan. But my hope would be that I will convince enough people that this site is suitable. Certainly from a visual aspect point of view, I don't think it would be very greatly noticed.
Yeah, I've been to see it from the southern end of the cemetery, and where are you expecting to get access from the cul-de-sac?
If you're looking at an overhead map, the cul-de-sac to the north, which is our current scheme, I think you could drive through it. There's a gap between two units, and I think it could be accessed there. The difficulty with that site, as you will already be well aware, it's completely landlocked from roads, so it would need that access.
Yeah. Okay, States, comments please on that?
I think 2 points, Chair. One is around the landscape impact. The landscape sensitivity appraisal identified this as a high landscape impact, and as you've identified, it really extends the sort of envelope of St Martin's Village further to the south. And I think the other issue concerns the potential use of the site. So this would amount to, as far as I can ascertain from the Deputy's amendment, and he may correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not proposed that this is for affordable homes as assessed through the housing gateway. So in effect, it's a mechanism to provide homes that wouldn't be deemed to be affordable relative to the housing gateway criteria, although it's acknowledged that St Martin's Trust would seek to administer it.
Okay, well, landscape impact and village form I can take into account. Any comment on
No, so only to say that if the field was allowed for rezoning, the parish would buy the field, it would build the houses and it would rent them to elderly parishioners. There would be no purchasing involved of individual units.
If I might,
Does that meet your concerns?
if I might first of all pick up on the demand and supply issues. So to assure the Deputy that we have considered demand for residential and nursing care homes, including elderly persons, in statement response 2 of our post-consultation report, and equally we have considered the demand for over 55s homes and right-sizing homes in statement response 39. We've gone over the case already today about right-sizing and over 55s. Just so, just to summarise, in those we say that, despite popular opinion, the demand isn't evidently there. So we have the Jersey Care Model, which is trying to certainly reduce the number of people in care homes. So that would be contrary to strategic policy that we're trying to achieve by keeping people integrated into the community. And furthermore, the the over 55s and right sizing, I just want to raise a point of clarification, if you don't mind, that this morning when we discussed the matters of policy H4, 5 and 6, which deal with this matter, we spoke about demand, we spoke about the evidence and the quality of the evidence that is available. This morning we spoke about a list of 30 people in the parish against the provision of potentially 93 homes, and today we've spoken about, this afternoon we've spoken about potentially 60 people or more. So if the parish have any evidence of demand that they might be able to provide, the Isle of Man community would be very happy to see it.
So all I can say is that the parish has a waiting list, and I'm currently told today by the Secretary there's 62 people on that waiting list. I was told by one of the procurers of our parish last week 47 units required. We have an active live waiting list. I don't know where Natasha gets her evidence from.
I and I've got to say that when I asked the parish, we've been short-staffed anyway, the parish secretary has sent me an email this afternoon, and she's gone through it properly, and I passed it on to Steve, and it's 62 people on the waiting list, because I did think 30 was quite low, but and
what age are these people? Is that 62 in total, or?
It's 62.
All age groups? Or?
All age groups, well, probably.
No, this is over.
Only over 50.
This is over 55s.
Called Claire. I think the youngest one we have on there actually is 48, because if you've got some sort of problem, then you can have access to the housing. But these are all will be bought by. They're all owned by the parish. They're administered by a trust. The trust has amassed, quite a substantial amount of money, so they've got the money to build more sheltered housing. This isn't a care home or anything, this is sheltered housing. Some of them are quite feisty and very, very social. Some of them aren't so well, but we have a caretaker on site.
Okay.
So they would sort of go into the care model as well. And I'm really sorry if I misled anyone with the numbers, but I have checked.
Anything else to add on this? I'm going to move on, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. We are now going to St Helier, back to St Helier. We've got one site on the Appendix 2 list, the Plan B list, H1248. That's at the back of sort of Poucalais, is that how you pronounce it, Poucalais? And there's a residential, there's an industrial complex there. The main thing I've picked up here that I'd like an answer to is access there. Now, yeah, I just looked at it from the car park next to the industrial estate. I've seen the landscape impact of it. What's the thoughts about access to this?
I think the Minister's position on this, sir, is that whilst the site might be potentially suitable for housing, that would be subject to access being secured along the western boundary of the site through that car park.
Through that car park.
That's right, because the site is connected to the highway network to the north.
To the north, it's a narrow lane.
That's right. Highview Lane is an extremely narrow lane. So The Minister would only be minded to support this site coming forward if that access was able to be secured from
And
that.
what's the likelihood of that in terms of deliverability? Who owns that car park? Industrial units?
Well, it'd be interesting to hear from MS Planning, who I believe represent
Nicholson,
the
can you
owner.
shed any light on this, please?
I don't know the exact name of the owner. The site to the west has recently been transacted. There was access available in the previous ownership arrangements. And
Through the car park?
Through the car park, you would have seen the road is
Yeah, it goes pretty much straight
right
up.
up to the boundary with the substation next
Yeah.
to it. Always been planned on that basis. The landowner of 1248 is in active discussions, live discussions now, to clarify the access arrangements with the new owner.
Okay.
We envisage that access is achievable. It's certainly physically achievable.
So it's a new landowner?
Yes, I believe it is, yeah. The industrial estate.
Okay. We seem to have lost the deputies and representatives from St Helier. I haven't got any other particular comments about landscape, but there's, I mean, it's a, from what I could see, it's a field surrounded by trees, like many of the other sites here. I didn't pick up anything about agricultural land quality.
And no, sir, not in a written submission, because as other people said, I didn't think we were going to get into detailed discussions on the B sites during this examination. I have visited the site since I've been made aware, and it's a good agricultural field of a reasonable size and shape.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have any more on that one. Mrs Day?
Just for the purpose of clarity and transparency, to highlight that the field to the north, H1256, is proposed for designation for education use.
For what use?
For
Education use.
For which no representations were made.
Well, yeah, we can look that up, can't we? The next one I've got is 341, it's S341.
So if I may, just on 1248, two very brief points. This has been a site that's got some pedigree. It was an H3 site back in 2002. It has been a reserve site identified in a previous development plan. And in relation to the matrix which government used, the score of this site matches the highest of any of the allocated sites.
I think you've made that point.
Thank you.
In your representation. Right. S341. Now, is this the one off of Bel Air? Is it?
Yeah, that's right, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, there's development around it, but it is right on the edge of the built-up area, isn't it? And I mean, I just wondered about its sustainability credentials. You put it as a suburban extension. Do you want to make any comments on that?
I think we accept, sir, that it's perhaps more rural in character, but it is adjacent to the existing built area of that part of St Saviour.
The landscape quality I can see for itself. There's no one from St Saviour here to oppose it. It seems to be grazing land, agriculturally. Yes, Mr. Legale?
It's next door to a field that I farm, sir, and it used to be used for horse grazing some time ago. It's a prime example of what's potentially quite a good agricultural field, which has been left to wreck and ruin. The question is, does that mean that it is suitable for redevelopment?
Okay, thank you. Well, that's a very honest assessment. Thank you. From your point of view, I couldn't comment whether it's been left to rack or ruin, but I have seen it. It's around. I mean, I'm not sure if there's much ecological value. Has anyone got any evidence of its ecological value? Surrounded by trees.
I think the Farmers Union have very good classification scores for this, and I'm sure the President might be able to allude
Well,
to
he's
the score
deferred
for
to
this
you,
one.
I think.
Sorry, yes, I deferred to you because you do farm next door
Okay.
to there. But the size of it is a problem for general agriculture because it's quite a
And it's
small
not linked to any other
No,
unit or any. It's because there's something to the north. Yeah. And it's the road leading to it actually is a 2-lane road, isn't it? Bel Air, that's Bel Air itself, isn't it?
No, it's Deloraine Road is the two-lane, and Bel Air Lane is a two-way road, but it's recently been subject to some highway improvements that the parish have implemented, so it's effectively a calmed road. I think the reference was made earlier on about children in St Saviour walking to school, so this route would be used by children coming from Five Oaks to get to the adjacent secondary school at Grainville.
So, were you saying that's an advantage?
I'm just saying that the Bel Air Lane is used by children but to get to school, but it has been subject to traffic calming.
So there's not a problem, though, is there?
Are
you saying it's an advantage or a
well,
potential disadvantage that children
all I'm saying is
traffic?
there's an existing safe route to school on Bel Air Lane.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. There's a board up from MS Planning again, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Farmer of MS Planning.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Simply to pick up on your first point, of course, the built-up area extends well past this site to encompass the entirety of the school site, and the land opposite that is partly developed already with 4 houses. It just happens to be within the green zone rather than the built-up area. And for these reasons and for the others briefly discussed about minimal landscape impact, this site has been put forward and recommended by previous inspectors on two different island plan review processes. So it has consistently been seen as a viable and good site for providing affordable housing. And of course I'd recommend that again in this instance, and I'd agree with the point made by the gentleman over there, but that the small size of this field does make it very limited use to agriculture.
Yeah. How many potential units have we got here?
14 to 21.
Okay. Right. The next items on Appendix 2 on the east are St Clement, C102, 104, 105, which I've promised I would deal with first thing tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So that means we're now looking at Appendix 3. I think that the way that I was planning on dealing with this, and I think Mr Holland's thinking about doing the same, is to sort of say, right, we've got these other sites. We're not revisiting arguments about numbers, demand and supply. So I think I would probably be saying now, okay, those people who are promoting some of these sites, and we've got there's a Bel Air site, I think it's S380, is it? Is that one of yours? It is, Mr. Yeah, well, okay, your company. And then there's some others, but I think on all of these, I think I should be sort of saying, would you like to make a brief 2-sentence statement about why you think any of those sites should be put forward in preference to the ones that we've already discussed? I mean, bear in mind, you know, we've read them, and actually we have looked at them all. We've been there to see them. I mean, if there's something you say about one that I, you know, might have a question about, for example, the one I've just asked you about, that's next to an industrial site. Are you putting that forward as an industrial site or a residential site, or was it you trying both?
Both. We have
Yeah.
made representations for both, sir.
I thought that's what it was. Okay. How would you intend to get access to it for residential?
There would be possibility to manage the industrial estate, so you could come through the industrial estate.
But you've got to knock a building down, haven't you? I mean, the building sort of extends all the way along the boundary, doesn't it?
You would have to make some amendments, yes, sir.
Okay. Any reason why you're suggesting that is better than any of the others?
Well, the other roads are rural lanes, so they're probably a bit narrow. So there's
Well, yeah, and they're steeply banked, aren't they? So
They
you
are,
can't
that's
really
correct.
get up into the site from them very easily without taking away lots of the site, I would have thought.
You probably could on the northern end, where you do get that bank becomes lower, but that is obviously a narrow lane.
I had quite a job scrabbling up it, actually, to look at the site. But
From a strategic point of view, it is obviously on the edge of the urban area, and it also has the hospital laundry site to the east, which happens to be in the green zone. So it is pretty much surrounded by existing development on 3 sides. So it makes a natural extension to the built-up area.
That's an isolated area, isn't it? All right, okay. Do you want to make comments on any of these as we go through, or not?
I just think the only point we would make on that, sir, is that it's as you've discovered, it's in an elevated position, and we'd be concerned about its impact on landscape character, and as has been discussed, the access to the site is potentially problematic.
Okay, we've got...
Sorry, which was this last field you were referring to?
It's called S380, I think. It's down as, it's probably on this list as Bel Air, about the 5th. Is that what it would be?
No, that's a different site, sir.
Oh, okay. Where it's sorry, it's in the second, halfway down the second page.
It's perhaps if I can, it's at the back of to the north west of Normans, adjacent to Ruelladan.
It's not very far from the Bel Air site that we just discussed. Okay, well, Mr. Steen, you're there. Do you want to make any comments about S579?
That's another colleague. I thought the next one would be Bel Air itself in St Saviour.
Yeah, you'll have to remind me where that one is.
That's the 6th site on Appendix 3.
Yeah, but where...
Oh right, well that's almost on the opposite side of S380, and we're asking that to be zoned for open market housing. It's what we would term as a brownfield site. It's a residential property, and again, because of its positioning, also close to field S341, makes a natural extension of the built-up area and would yield about 25 open market houses.
Can I just check with you, please? When you say you want it for open market housing,
Yes.
if we were to conclude, and I stress if we were to conclude that the state's approach is right and that no open market housing should be allocated, then presumably a site like that falls away automatically.
Yes,
Thank you.
the landowner would not be
You
interested
would not
in
want to do it for affordable housing. Right. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Right, the other one there that this is the site 741742. That's one of yours, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's adjacent to the Longville nursery site that's fallen away. Is that right? That's right. And I think your position is that it would needed to have been developed jointly with the nursery site, if at all.
I think there's another issue with this site, sir. It is subject to flood risk. It's got high flood risk, so we don't consider it suitable for housing on that basis.
Any comments on that?
Yes, so if possible. That was a question of mine. It wasn't clear to me why the rezone site adjoining to the east was deemed to be acceptable in terms of flood risk, but the land immediately to the west, which we're discussing now, was deemed not to be acceptable in terms of flood risk. It seems to me that with the development of Le Bernage immediately to the south, the rezone site has put forward that there's no particular difference in terms of flood risk, and certainly none that couldn't be resolved in the normal development manner.
Any comment on that? I've looked, it does show that on the flood risk assessment though, doesn't it? Is it a stream that floods?
I understand so, but you'll see that field 7 to 9 does not lie within the flood risk area as identified by the strategic flood risk assessment.
Okay, any other comments about why it's better?
Only so that because of the built-up area immediately to the south, that this site has relatively limited landscape impact, and it's actually within walking distance of a good range of facilities at Longville. There's a parade of shops there, etc., supermarkets, etc., and employment opportunities in this part of the site, this part of the island.
And is this another one where the owner wouldn't consider affordable housing?
Yes, that's right, sir.
471, that's 471. I'm sorry, yeah, I'm jumping about a bit here, but trying to keep it, the list as what came out.
So can I make a comment? You must think I'm a very extensive farmer, but I actually happen to have a field right adjacent to this site. Am I right in saying that this is still classified as a greenhouse site? And therefore it's agricultural land? It used to be a greenhouse nursery. It's now full of cars.
The one that's dropped away was a nursery, well, is still...
Has it actually had planning permission to be full of cars now?
If you're talking about the former Longville nursery site, I'm not aware of the planning history of the site. But I think the fields under discussion are adjacent to that, to the west.
They're adjacent to it, and they are fields, my understanding. We just looked into...
Oh, well, sorry, my colleagues here are helping me greatly. These are 3 fields that I farm, sir. And I regard them as...
So are you in favour?
No, I'm definitely not in favour.
So you lease them, right? You lease them, I take it?
I lease them, yes, for what that's worth, sir.
You better wait for our report, I think.
Just to be clear, we're acting on behalf of the owner.
I'd quite happily tell you about the illusion of the flooding. There is an open stream that runs through the middle of them, and then I think when the Le Bernage estate was created, the stream was piped, and I think that pipe goes quite a long way underneath the Longville Main Road. And just for historical importance, I think the outlet of that stream is on the only piece of coast in the parish of St Saviour, down at Gravel's Edge. But seriously, sir, I've got lots of fields around there which I grazed for a very long time. There's some wonderful trees in there, but of course trees don't count for much. There is a stupendous oak.
Whoa.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on my passionate bandwagon again, but we are popping these up left, right and centre.
Don't forget, I've been there, I've seen it, and I know there's trees around it. I don't think there's much else we can say about that.
But there is a fine oak tree.
Yeah, okay. Right, I'm just trying to get some order into this, but I'm not doing very well. But let's going through the rest of those are tomorrow. Cote d'Or. Do you act for Cote d'Or?
Yes, sir.
Isn't this a very small site?
It is, sir. One of the things that's perhaps confusing here is that it's really an issue of built-up area boundary and green zone as well. The site has been assessed in the April 2021 schedule, the matrix that the department have done, and I think there's a model that emerges from there. The ministerial response documents, part 4, page 18, has a completely different scoring basis for this site, and we want to get your views on an appropriate framework. One thing that is clear is that this site has no landscape value. It's a garden. It's a part of a domestic property. And one thing that is consistent between the two documents is it's not sensitive in landscape terms. It's the curtilage of the dwelling. The neighbouring dwelling has a garden, same character, and is not included within the green zone. And the position that's emerged from government is not a site-specific response, and we would like its zoning to be considered, specifically to remove it from the green zone and put in the built-up area, please, sir.
Well, that's not really what we're talking about here, is it?
No, that's the basis on which the site has been assessed, though, so hence it's on today's
I wonder
list.
why it was there, to be honest, and that you've now explained it. Okay. What's the state's response to that?
Well, I think so. This is, whilst it might not be assessed in terms of its landscape value, it does provide a small strategic gap in the break along the coast road as you travel from St Helier to Grouville, and gives you a brief view back into the hinterland. So there is a distinct break in the built-up area boundary at this point, and where we would not be minded to change that built-up area boundary to incorporate this site. So.
Okay, I'm not quite sure where we'll put that in the report, but I'll deal with it. Okay. St Clement is next on the list. Craigie Hall. That's tomorrow. St Clement. While you're there, we've got 3 more sites at St Helier. 1210. Is anyone? That was Richard Labutilla. Is he here? No. H1210. No one wants to speak to that. You've got 2 more, H1224, H1341 and 1341A. That's Mr. Steen. Anything you want to say about the preferability of those in relation to the other sites?
Yes, sir, I'm speaking to 1224. This is one of the very best performing sites. It's 330 submissions, only 5 score higher than this. None of the allocated sites score as highly as this one.
The ministerial response adds in other selection criteria, buildability and logistics. These are easily dealt with, so we've got a sophisticated building industry. This site is of limited value as open space. Indeed, the open space audit, which is a background document informing the Bridging Island Plan, doesn't identify it at all as part of that audit, and it appears odd that such a strong value is now attributed to it. Landscape impact is not a concern of the matrix. This site scores 7 out of 7, yet it appears to be a freehand comment about the apparent landscape impact. So again, we want this site to be considered face value.
Market housing, though.
I think this is an affordable site, yes sir, yeah. The owner is also content for a margin to be retained in relation to an outlook. If it's zoned, of course, that will be a matter for the development brief.
Yeah. Okay, state's comments?
I think, as we've explained, sir, the initial scoring criteria was used as an initial sieve, and then further detailed analysis was undertaken. I think a couple of points in relation to this site.
Comments about open space value.
Yeah. Clearly, the site is an open space in the middle of a relatively developed area, and so it does provide that green lung function. And I think there's also the access to the site is certainly from Queen's Road is fairly tortuous, with a difficult access route up to the site from Queen's Road itself.
Any comment on the access?
There's 2 other sides of the site which are immediately adjacent to the public highway, on which numerous properties already take their access. Upper Kingscliff Road, it's entirely achievable, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Two, 4 I've dealt with. Yeah, the council, the states are very, very big upon it. It's sort of 25 years of dealing with councils that were on states. You've referred to H1551 and H1552, which to look at. And they were on your map and your list of sites for us to as Appendix 3 sites, but they are part of the hospital site, aren't they?
Can you clarify by what you mean we've asked you to look at?
Well, on the list of when we were looking at the sites as part of the preparation, you gave us a list of sites that have been put forward in addition to the other sites, and you gave us a map, which looked like that. That's a bit not very easy to use, but we've been. They're the ones that we've been to look at. So that was on your schedule of what we thought were Appendix C, if you like, Appendix 3 sites to be considered for, substitute residential sites.
As Appendix 3 relates to sites that have no support by us.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. I just want to clarify that the...
That's all I meant.
Yeah,
you helpfully identified for us where we said, OK, we quite like to, we need to obviously look at all the objections, which we've done, to going through them. And then we had some problems with finding the field numbers, and then you gave us, thank you, an interactive map for the field numbers, and then you gave us a list with another plan, which is what we've used to base our site visits to look at these sites. So that's all I mean by that. But these two were on. These were on it. One of them's got a planning permission next to it, I think, and they seem to be. When I checked it as to why they were down, it looks like they're earmarked for inclusion within hospital development. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So we don't really need to consider those. Thank you. And I think,
Excuse me, sir, those sites which were in Lightfoot Hospital have now been sold and they belong to Hockey Holdings.
well,
I would say a moot point, given that the call for site submission was made quite some time before that. So, of course, we've proposed the designation for the hospital. So,
okay, thank you. I think we're nearly there. That's, yes, Joseph Carney. The only other sites are Gruville sites, which I'm tempted to do tomorrow. Yes, sir, who are you, please?
Yes, sorry. Nicholas Socrates Architects. Is there not a site for Trinity on the list?
Yes, there are some Trinity sites, and I wasn't aware who was acting for those. You're due to appear tomorrow, aren't you?
Tomorrow, St Clements, but also Trinity Grange.
if I may, there are people here representing Gruville if we were to stay on the east.
Okay. Can we deal with those tomorrow then? The Trinity ones for you, and we'll. Yes, Mr. Steen.
This one in St Helier, 1341, 1341.
Oh, I did. I beg your pardon. Yes, okay. What's special about that?
As with field 1224, this one too scored very highly in the science assessment, scored 17 points.
This is the one above Waitrose, isn't it?
It is, yes. I would say it's a strategic site. It's surrounded by, it's right on the edge of St Helier, quite close to the town. As you say, it's close to Waitrose. It's edged by existing built-up areas like east, south and west. It has again a history of being put forward. It was an H3 site in the 2002 Island Plan, which recognised it as being suitable for affordable housing. It can achieve 25 to 30 houses on site. Obviously part of the site is on relatively steep slopes.
Yeah, it's way above the road, isn't it?
It is.
Well, where would you get access from?
To take it from opposite the access to St Uwolds, which is off Trinity Hill. We looked at that and we considered it would be achievable. Obviously, the access drive would have to go, by the way, into the site to get a reasonable gradient.
Yeah, so how much of the site do you lose through that then?
Not too much. I mean, it's quite a large site. We do lose part of it. Another interesting and significant aspect of this site is that it's formed of spoil that was dumped from the redevelopment of Elysee, which occurred in the 1960s. So it has absolutely no agricultural value at all, which obviously has been a matter of interest in today's discussions.
What sort of spoil is it?
From
Inert type. Is it inert or what sort of weight?
It is inert, yes. Yeah.
Well, it's just soil and rubber, soil and rock, not any other tip substance. States, any response about?
I think
and this is for private, sorry. Another affordable.
Yeah, I think the key issue here, sir, is when you said above Waitrose, it's very prominent elevated site, and would be very significant in the landscape. And as you've identified, there's significant engineering works to create safe access to the site. And it has been considered previously, but wasn't previously supported by previous planning inspectors.
Okay. Okay, shall we, we've got maybe half an hour into Grouville. I've got 5 sites in Grouville, I think. G234 is the first one. Just trying to remember which one that is. Oh, that's, yes, okay, that's at the northern end, isn't it? Yep. Same question, really, brief synopsis of why it's
Right.
better, and is this another market one, or is it an affordable housing?
It's an affordable over 55s, this one. Basically, the access to the site has been maintained by the property owner through the existing estate, and once it was developed, it would give us a one-way access out of there as well. The beauty of this with the over 55s, it's got close proximity to supermarkets. Also, the bus routes are quite convenient, and there is easy walkable access to Gorey Village and other amenities around there.
Well, Gorey's quite a way away, isn't it? Down the hill.
It's a flat road. It's a flat access right through. Really, it's a nice walk.
There's a cycle route.
There's a cycle
Okay,
route.
all right. Sorry, I misremembered. I remember coming up out of Gorey, but maybe that's all right. That's on the bottom, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Grouville undertook a survey last year, and the affordable over 55s outshone our first-time buyers by 2 to 1.
You have the survey results in your papers that was submitted.
With your representations about the site. Okay. Do the estates want to make any comments about this?
Just to say, sir, that the land to the estate to the south of the site is one that we referred to this morning. It was a former glass house site. It was redeveloped to provide affordable homes on that site. At the time that site was considered, the potential to extend the site further to embrace part of this land was also considered, but it was felt to be too much of an encroachment into the landscape, and so its landscape impact would be of concern. It's also adjacent to Grouville Marsh, which is an ecological site of special interest, and there'd be concern about the potential impact of the development on the adjacent site. So.
Okay, I didn't pick that up actually.
If I may, I'd also appreciate clarification as to whether the affordable over 55s would be a gateway allocation or a privately managed affordable.
The affordable, partly affordable and partly parochial. We have some existing units in Gorey Village which are not really suitable for elderly people because they're on a slope, and we've encountered a lot of problems of late with that as well. So we're really looking at kind of moving some stock through, which then could allocate the units we have at present for affordable purchase.
My comments made earlier stand for this site.
Yeah, okay, that's the same with a lot of these. Okay, anything else on that? No?
Just that the landowner is obviously aware that there would obviously be a very big landscape impact on there, and probably we're only looking at potentially 2/3 of the site, allowing quite a section from Grouville Marsh to be maintained for ecological purposes.
Okay, thank you. 355, moving south now. This is, well, just it's sort of a narrowish strip, isn't it, behind some houses in Gruville, and then a field that is almost, well, it extends out from the proposed allocation at Gruville.
Yes, yes. Both sites, it's 355 and 358A are the two fields.
Yes, sorry, that's right, 355, not 358A, yeah. 358A, yeah.
These came about as when the roadshow came to Gruville, and we asked representation there about the, you know, what is possible and things like that, and they said to try and put everything together close to existing properties and developments. 392A was obviously proposed at that time, and thought that this would be a good gateway to the actual school. The school in the last year has, through the Arthur McGugan Trust, who they utilised the meadow in front of the school, has constructed a complete boardwalk with the Territorial Army. And really speaking, the walk to school could be continued through these sites, and 355 is an important one to achieve that.
Yes, I mean, there's, it's a narrow strip, isn't it? Very close to the estates have got overbearing concerns about potentially overbearing development. I'm trying to think, were they bungalows alongside it?
There were some bungalows the road
To the east?
side of it, yes, yeah.
And how do you respond to that potential problem there?
Again, if we changed that field to maybe over 55s, but it will secure the access for the children to school from the other two developments, which could be will be affordable either through the gateway.
Okay, right, so it's another affordable site.
They are all affordable, yes, yeah.
Even, well, okay, I think the access, the states have said it's got poor access. There is a road that goes there into the bungalows, isn't there? The estate, no?
There is La Sante des Fonds.
Is there an access issue here from your point of view?
I think so. Our comments are related to Rue de la Pasture rather than the access road to the site. So I'm not sure that the access is primarily the concern here. I think when this site was assessed, we too were concerned about the fact that it's a narrow, thin site and difficult to get any reasonable residential yield on the site, given the fact that most of it would be taken up with access arrangements.
I also know that the school is in the process of doing a plan of the area for a safe way to school, basically, for the children, and this would greatly enhance it for sure.
Okay, let's move on. I think I can take those points into account. We've now got a big area behind the development to the west of the road that runs through Gruville, G403, etc. I'm going to say there's 3 or 4 linked fields. Is anyone here to promote that?
Yes, we are. It's a bit of a double act, but...
Oh, right, okay.
We're speaking on behalf of our grandmother.
Your grandmother's site, yeah, okay. So why do you think this site is better than some of the others we've been hearing about?
The first point to note is of the agricultural value of 403A, 403C and 403D. There's pretty much no agricultural value of those fields, so they're sort of there's a limited loss to agriculture on those sites.
They haven't been farmed for 50 years.
They haven't been.
No.
The next point we had was regarding the minister's comments. They said the development would erode the natural vista towards the escarpment, which is where Woodlands is. It goes down to the meadow and the raised sort of hill in the distance.
I've seen it.
This site is actually behind the ribbon development on the coast road, behind two bungalows, so it's actually sheltered from the view of that, whereas the one...
At the moment there is a gap through though, isn't there?
Sorry?
There's a gap through the development, you can see it. I didn't go onto it, but I've seen it, I've just seen it from the road really.
So on that point, we were talking about a field earlier, the 392A. I think it's the one with the Siberian birds living in it. That from the coast road, there is no sort of buildings in front of it, and that one was selected. So this, our point is sort of on a consistency basis. This is behind the two bungalows. The half of the 432A, the sort of split up field at the back is well sheltered. Part of the development was plan on 403A was to not develop that and use it as a sort of ecological site, a sort of natural screening to block views from the road to 432A.
Which, just remind me, I haven't got the map in front of me, is 403A the bit nearest to the road?
No, that's 403C. Behind that, to the west, is 403A.
Okay.
And then to the south of that is the larger square area, the 432A. So from the coast road, looking at the site, that would serve as a sort of rural backdrop, as a screening to the site, which currently in its state it's all overgrown, and I think the stream Mr. Mage referred to earlier is there, but it's all clogged up and overgrown.
But that would actually serve as, because in comparison to 392A, which is obviously just one field east and has been selected, well, I know we briefly spoke about the flood risk, which obviously this is still in point with this site, but there is an existing drainage in place in 403A. Granted, it is in need of a bit of maintenance, but that sort of infrastructure is already there, and it would actually mitigate the flood risk. And it's.
I'm just trying to find out, look at the flood risk map. Okay, there's some points there. I mean, you might want to come back and the others, but do the states want to respond to those advantages? And what do you see as... are you saying... are you proposing this as a market site or affordable housing?
Affordable housing.
Yeah, I mean, we would just refer to the comments that we made previously, so that the site is at risk of flooding based on the strategic flood risk assessment. It's got a medium risk of flooding, and therefore, housing is classified as a highly vulnerable form of development there. So there'll be some issues with flooding on part of the site. I think we'd maintain the issue about the open break and the view back towards the escarpment, and I think the other issue to raise is the setting of the listed building to the north, which sits in that strategic gap at the moment. There's a listed farmhouse there.
That is the same building that's that's in between 392A, which has been selected in our site.
Yeah, so it sits in field 403.
One just further
yes,
point.
okay. Anything else?
Forgot to mention is the boundary that we set out is deliberate because it goes to the old railway line, and we thought that could potentially serve as
developing the Eastern Cycle Track, which I know has been touched on, and connecting up Greenville School to, further east.
I haven't been there. Is that a cycle track at the moment?
No, but I think what the field out 355 was referring to as well, a walkway to school, is along the same lineage as that. That's how it's been split up, and then it goes further south, almost towards Mr. Payne's lovely restaurant.
Right.
If I might come back on the flood risk issue, just for the purpose of consistency and absolute transparency, the site being adjacent to the built-up area, we would have to consider it in the same manner as the other sites considered in Greenville, which is within a low flood risk area which has been designated. So just for information, that the built-up area development and suitability planning approach would classify this development as partially appropriate, subject to appropriate mitigation, and partially that the development will need to identify wider justification for its location, and that's representative of it being partially within a low risk flood area and partially within a medium risk flood area. So the highly vulnerable classification that's given to residential development doesn't actually preclude against residential development. It just means that the mitigations will need to be provided, but in this case the flood risk is higher than the site that we have considered for inclusion in the draft plan.
Which was low. Yeah, okay, I think I can see that.
Okay, can I respond with 2 points on that? So we said part of this was the higher risk of flooding. That was the, I believe, the 403A section of it that we weren't intending to develop on. That was the ecological, and then served the remaining 2.5 fields as that. And as also mentioned, there's been no commercial reason to clear out the sluice gate as it is, because it's not been used. If we were put forward, the sluice gate would have a commercial reason to get cleared out for development, which would improve the drainage of the area as a whole.
Okay. Is that everything you wanted to put to me? Bearing in mind I've got your written...
Yeah, I think most of it's been...
All right, thank you. Finally, and I think it is going to be final, whatever, I think, the last one I've got on my list is Fovic Nurseries. Who's Mrs. Stephen? And
there are some other sites out east that are on the list.
oh gosh, where? Well,
I'm happy to wait until tomorrow.
yeah, please.
Okay.
We'll deal with. Just run me through which ones they are. There's some Trinity ones, I know.
On my list is Hougemont, St Martin.
Oh yeah, okay.
The Muron Vineries.
Yeah.
There is La Rive Garage, but that is a coastal national park site, which I'm not sure that falls properly within this discussion.
Well, I can't imagine. I don't know why that was down on the list as a potential housing site. I mean, I can tell you now I wouldn't allocate it.
T1404 in Trinity.
Oh no, well that's okay. Sorry, T1404. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen those. Okay. Yeah, that's sorry. That's at the end of another. I think we're trying to. I'll do St Clement tomorrow, and then we'll deal with these fairly. Hopefully not in the same way as we've done all the others, but in a concise way. Let's put it like that. Yeah, I've got those down. So there's. I'll deal with those after St Clement, and then we'll be taking a break for Mr Holland to take over on the west side. Okay, so Fovic Nurseries, big site, glass houses. in the coastal plain. Why is it better than all the others? And what do you, well, is it for affordable housing or market housing? What's your proposal?
Good evening. You've had a long day, longer than myself.
Yes, Mr. Payne.
I joined at 2 o'clock. As far as the site's concerned, we've been talking to the parish since 2017, and that was for a mixture of affordable and over 55s. Our site was nominated by the parish and went in for the call for sites. However, we weren't nominated as opposed to G392. We lost out by 1 point. And that point was on accessibility, which I'm not too sure why. Our site is a large site. It fronts Rue de Fovic, which is a main road. There's an 80-metre frontage.
Yeah. I'm looking at my phone in case you were, because that's where I've got my best plan for all these. So, well,
Right,
one of the plans that I've got,
fine.
which is easy to use. So, yeah.
And so accessibility is really why we were 1 point less than the site that was nominated. There's been a lot of talk about floodplains this afternoon. Our site doesn't flood at all. It's adjacent to Marie-la-Coque, which is a meadow, as you're probably aware, and there's a 2-metre drop from our fields, and everything is freely draining into there. And in fact, if you look at the floodplain map present day,
Which I am.
You'll see the other side of the road is floodplain, which is Marie-la-Coque, and our side is all totally dry. So all I can say, thank you for the invitation to come and explain here today. You've seen my submission, so there's no point in me going through that again, but if you've got any questions to ask of me.
Yeah, well, I suppose the only sort of question I might ask, I'll ask the States to respond briefly in just a minute. I don't know, just how far is it to the nearest sort of services, to the nearest shop, and it seems a little bit out on a limb to me, but is that not right?
Well, on the site there's my particular farm shop, homegrown, which.
Well, would you keep that then?
Definitely. There's proposed plans at the moment, which will be going into planning around the farm shop for a hospice fundraising shop, also a care home, and we'll also be submitting plans in some of the glass for a cannabis, medicinal cannabis.
Oh, right, yes, I've seen a rep on that.
So, Homegrown has got butcher, baker, florist, greengrocery, artist studio. We have the parish beton pitch there. We have the parish recycling there.
So how many dwellings do you think you would be looking to provide on here then?
We could provide...
Bearing that in mind.
We could provide up to 90.
Okay, well, so I've been there, I've had it, I don't know whether I did just drive in briefly and just have a look turn around and come back out again, so I've got an idea of what's on the site, but I could possibly go back anyway. The States, do you have any points to come back on there with regard to the type of development, its location and all these other things that might make it more or less sustainable?
Yeah, I think one of the issues, sir, is about the relative remoteness of the site from local facilities, notwithstanding the fact it's a local farm shop on part of the site. It is slightly more remote from the main centre of Grouville and the facilities that serve Grouville. So that was one of the issues that was of concern. There are some issues around the projected flood risk, both coastal and inland flood risk on the site, based on the strategic flood risk assessment.
Well, Mr. Payne said that there aren't. I mean, I'll just look.
So to clarify on the map that, as Mr. Pilley highlights, there is the overlay of the coastal flood risk at medium probability, which is actually the lower end of coastal flood risk, which is a 100-year epoch for climate change, essentially, and it is a low risk for fluvial.
Maybe you need a bigger scale on that. Well, okay, well, is that news to you, or were you aware of that from the flood? Have you seen the flood risk
I'm not
assessment?
aware of it at all. If you actually look at the...
This is Five Ignitions. Just trying to place it on. Is that a screen copy of this?
Yes, it's the online version.
Okay, well, I can check it online. Yes, Mrs. Stephen?
And could we have clarification, the risk that's being talked about, is it the entire site or just the southern end of the site? Because there's actually two distinct fields, I believe.
It's across the southern end.
And also, so what's not been mentioned, there is a dedicated cycle route that comes right up to the site on the western side. I believe it's cycle route number 3. So the site is really well connected for cycling and connectivity. Short distance to the beach, and within cycling distance of the school and to the church. Thank you.
Okay, I'll check the online version against this plan with that. Any other comments from the States before I close? No? Right. Thanks very much, everyone. I appreciate that was a bit of a marathon, but I think it's been very useful to give everyone a chance to deal with all those sites. Thanks for your patience. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, where I shall be dealing with the outstanding sites. I'm going to start with St Clement, and then Mrs. Stephen sites, some Trinity sites from Socrates and Mrs. Stephen on the Appendix 3 sites. And yeah, I think
we have further Appendix 3 sites.
Where? Trinity.
And in the Eastern Islands.
Where? Oh, well, what have I missed in St Saviour? Oh, how did I miss that?
Yeah, 5.9 next to
Yeah, okay. Yes, I think I know, yeah. I've been working my way around down the east and I've missed the middle. Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much.
Should we provide a schedule to the programme officer just to wrap up those times?
No, it's all right. I've got them. I've got them down here. I've been trying to deal with as much as I can quite quickly, so I've got them. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.